Chapter 1. The Last Train. The last train felt like a dare. It slid into the platform with a sigh, its windows full of the city's reflection, glossy black, fluorescent bones, the long vacant stare of tiled walls, then opened its doors as if to say, "Prove it." Rhea Park stepped on because that's what she did, go where people told her not to. 2 years of chasing crime briefs for the Metro Beat had taught her that stories are cowards. They hide in places most folks avoid. The clock on the station wall read 1:17 a.m. The platform was a windless trench. When the doors closed, they did it softly, like a mouth deciding to keep a secret. There were only 8 others in the car. Rhea counted them the way she always did, fast and without moving her head. A nurse with a lunchbox clasped in both hands, a man in a suit that fit like a borrowed skin, eyes glittering with the edge of a long night, a teenage boy under a hood, tapping forefingers against his thigh in a pattern that never resolved. An old woman in a moth-eaten coat staring down at a paper city map, a couple with the soft focus of tourists, whisper drunk, a custodian dangling a key ring that chimed with each wobble of the train, and, at the far end, a man with an umbrella, closed, no rain anywhere, propped lightly against his shoulder. He watched his reflection, not the room. His face held that unnerving quality of not quite registering in memory. The instant you looked away, you forgot the arrangement of his features and had to rebuild them from scratch. Rhea took the transfer seat by the door where she could see the whole car. She set her messenger bag on the floor and let the strap tangle around her ankle, a habit born of pickpockets and late-night edits. The overhead screen ticked through station names in blocky, in different letters. Someone had scratched a sentence into the painted steel above her. "N.O. safe place." Rhea fought the reflex to smile. Skeptical graffiti was practically a street editor's note. The train eased forward. Stations flickered by. Tunner, Lockview, East Gate. Each platform a lit aquarium of tiled walls, vendor shutters, benches left in careful rows. The fluorescent hum settled into the kind of monotony that makes the mind wander. Rhea pulled out her phone. No bars. Fine. The story she'd tucked into her bag. The one about a body found with no fingerprints and no face on the corner security camera could wait until morning for revisions. The nurse stood and moved to the doors early, as if proximity could make the train arrive faster. The umbrella man turned his wrist, checking a watch that never lit. The hooded boy's rhythm shifted, then halted. He looked up, confused, like someone had walked across his grave in an old folktale. The lights faltered. They didn't go out. They did something stranger. They flickered in sequence, one panel after another, a ripple passing down the train like a thought, and in that ripple the car seemed to stretch a fraction longer, as if the distances inside had loosened. Rhea blinked hard. The air took on that metallic bite she associated with winter batteries and new pennies. The overhead screen glitched, the station names replaced by half characters and slabs of black. Then, very cleanly, the letters reassembled into a sentence that had no reason to be there. Rhea, stay seated. Her name landed inside her skull like a cold coin. She told herself it was a personalization bug, one of those ad tech features that scraped contacts and pushed your name into banner copy. It didn't matter that she was underground with no service. It didn't matter that the font was the Transit Authority's own, not some vendor's pop-up. It didn't matter that no one else reacted. She told herself a story about software because software can be blamed, and people who can be blamed can be called. The intercom cracked. A voice came on, not the cheerful operator she heard on morning commutes, not the recorded woman who warned you to mind the gap. This voice was like someone speaking through a wall, faint, urgent, barely held together. "Remain seated," it said. "Remain seated until..." The rest drowned in a wash of static. Then it returned, rasping, the syllables licking against each other. "Please, don't look at the windows." Naturally, everyone looked. Beyond their own reflections, the tunnel rushed by as a smear of brick and conduit, black punctured by maintenance lamps. But there was something else, a suggestion first, then a shape. Rhea leaned forward before she could tell herself not to. On the other side of the glass, in the thin film where reflection meets outside world, another car paced them. Not a physical train. There was nothing beside them but dark. Yet in the reflection there it was, a twin of their car stitched to theirs by light, its passengers sitting exactly where they sat, doing exactly what they were doing, only a beat behind. The nurse stood later. The boy's fingers tapped a half-second off. Rhea's own reflection lifted her eyes after she had already lifted hers, a delicate time lag you could miss if you weren't looking dead on at yourself. The tourist woman laughed, a small, frightened sound. "That's trippy," she said, craning toward her boyfriend. But when she turned back, her reflected face did not. It kept looking at the glass for a heartbeat longer, mouth still open. Then slowly it smiled. Rhea's body made the decision before her mind caught up. She was halfway out of her seat, hand going for the emergency intercom, when the train braked hard. Everyone lurched. The custodian's keys sang. The umbrella man caught his balance too easily, as though he'd been waiting for that exact moment to happen. They weren't at a station. The doors failed to open, chimed, tried again. The overhead lights dipped and returned at half strength, a pale wash that made everyone look like cutouts. Rhea pressed the intercom. The speaker hissed. Technical issue. It said, spitting syllables. "Please remain." Silence. Then her name again, impossibly. "Rhea Park, do not stand." Different voice. Her own voice. Recorded from some interview and scraped. It sounded like her, and not like her, like a memory of her put on the air. "What the hell is this?" the suit muttered. He yanked his tie loose with a jerky little violence and walked to the end of the car, slapping the door to the operator's compartment with his palm. "Hey, you in there?" The door slid open an inch. Inside, the cabin was empty in the way a room is when someone has just left. A swivel chair slightly askew, a thermos without a lid. A safety vest slumped over a console whose indicator lights had all decided on the same steady, indifferent green. The suit looked back at them, at Rhea specifically, as if she had ordered this. "No way," he said. Nope, I'm not." The doors to the platform opened. They parted without ceremony, feeding cold air into the car that smelled like old dust and the copper tang of water that had been standing too long in pipes. A sign outside glowed a tired yellow, Garrity Avenue. The name didn't belong. Garrity had been sealed since before Rhea was born. Her father used to tell a story about that platform, about workers going missing during retrofit, about a sinkhole that had opened under track 3 and swallowed a backhoe like a toy dinosaur. The city had always insisted the line skipped from Tunner to Lockview. The map printed over the old woman's knees did, too. The umbrella man stood. "Finally," he said lightly, as if he'd been waiting for a late dinner reservation, and stepped out onto the unlisted platform. The nurse edged after him, pulled along by the simple gravity of open space. The teens with their nerves shaken by the mirror that lagged, because it was easier to believe in a broken mirror than in a broken world, followed. As they did, the platform's lights blinked to life in a wave that went away from them, as if something was walking out ahead, pushing illumination forward. "Don't," Rhea said. Her voice sounded smaller than she meant it to. She moved into the doorway and leaned out, scanning. The platform looked like they all do after hours. Benches bolted down, posters advertising plays that had ended months ago, a vending machine humming like a trapped fly. A maintenance corridor opened across the way, chained but slack, the padlock hanging open like a thrown-off shackle. There were security cameras high in the corners, little red eyes that blinked at nothing. And against the far wall, half hidden behind a pillar, a maintenance monitor sat on a rolling cart, screen alive with a live feed of this very platform from a slightly higher angle. The weirdness of it sharpened Rhea's focus. She moved toward the monitor reflexively, drawn by the promise of a viewpoint. The custodian swore under his breath. "This ain't right," he said, but he came anyway, He's chiming. On the screen, she saw their little group, herself among them, hesitating at the train doors, heads tilted in the same tilted confusion. But the video was wrong. The timestamp in the corner stuttered and then stabilized on a minute that had not yet occurred. On screen, Rhea lifted her hand toward the camera. In reality, she hadn't moved yet. "Do you see that?" she asked without taking her eyes off the image. The nurse reached the edge of the platform and peered down, seeking rails that should have been there and weren't. Only a clean concrete bed with grooves like a mouth healed over. The umbrella man tapped the broken padlock with his closed umbrella and smiled to himself. The hooded boy crept close to Rhea's shoulder, craning, his breath quick and regular like a metronome wound too tight. On the monitor, Future Rhea whispered to the group and pointed toward the maintenance corridor. Future Umbrella Man inclined his head, the gesture polite to the point of parody. Then the screen rippled like a pond and clarified. Far down the corridor, beyond the chain, past a bend where the light went colorless, something moved. You could not see it directly. You saw the changes it caused. The air pinched. The dust drifted with intention. A shadow pooled and receded, as if feeling its way along the floor with a dozen careful fingertips. On screen, the group watched. On the platform, they hadn't yet noticed.
"Back on the train," Rhea said. "Now."
"Lady," the suit told her, "if that thing is moving, I'm moving." He turned toward the open doors, but the doors were already closing, obedient to a schedule no longer printed in any book. He grabbed at them. They slid together as if his hands were made of air. The intercom clicked again. Rhea braced for her name. Instead, the speaker produced a run of sounds that were almost words, the way a dream is almost a plan. Then, 5, 4, 3, a countdown. 2, 1. On the screen, where the timestamp lurched and caught, Future Rhea looked straight into the lens, and for the first time the lag caught up. Her mouth formed a word, and her real mouth matched it at the same time. She didn't remember deciding to say it. She didn't feel herself shape it. But there it was in stereo. Run. The lights along the maintenance corridor went out in a zipper. The last bulb blew with a pop that echoed up the concrete spine of the place and came back as a chorus. The chain at the corridor's mouth lifted of its own accord, dragging links across the floor in a slow, patient scrape. Rhea reached for the boy's hood and pulled, harder than she meant to, hauling him backward. The nurse stumbled, caught herself, fell again. The umbrella man did not move at all. His head was tilted, listening to something only he could hear. The monitors, plural now, because Rhea realized with a lurch that there were 3 more stacked on a shelf behind the first, shifted to different angles of the same space. One showed the platform from high above as if from the eye of a bird. One showed the interior of their car with its emptied seats. One showed a feed that made no sense at all. A view of this platform at noon, bright and clean, full of people who weren't here, shivering and transparent like heat. The umbrella man turned. He had the kind of smile that suggests confidence without warmth. It colored his voice like a trick of the light. "There's a stairwell this way," he said conversationally, as if offering a tour. "We should go down." "There's no down from a platform," the custodian said. "Not here." The umbrella man's smile widened by the smallest degree. "There is tonight." Rhea didn't answer him. She had no answer that wouldn't feel like kneeling to the moment's rules. The monitors ticked. On the overhead feed, a shape slid along the ceiling, keeping perfect pace with the line where concrete met shadow, its outline always just a fraction inside the corner of the frame. If you looked straight at it, there was only wall. If you looked away, it advanced. Back. Rhea told the nurse, the suit, the boy, the couple, the old woman who had finally looked up from her map and was quietly crying without tears. Back into the car. We put metal and glass between us, and whatever it is, we wait for power. We don't split. We. The platform speakers coughed. The PA system, the same voice that announces delays and platform changes and lost property, came on with a bright neutral tone like tapping a glass for a toast. "Attention riders," said the recorded woman pleasantly. "For your safety, please avoid forming groups of more than one." The couple let go of each other as if shocked. The custodian made the sign of the cross without meaning to. The nurse whispered the word "no," like a prayer that had been refused in advance. Rhea grabbed the boy's shoulder and shoved him toward the train. She didn't check if he listened. She didn't look to see who else moved. She kept her eyes on the monitors because they gave her seconds. On the bird's eye feed, a long shadow reached the lip of the platform. It had length and height and no edges. It did not touch the ground. It tried shapes on the way a hand tries gloves.
A door.
A person. A long, narrow thing with more joints than it should have. It seemed patient. It seemed hungry. It seemed amused. The umbrella man stepped toward it. "Don't," Rhea said, the words snapping. "You don't have to prove anything." He didn't look back. He shifted the umbrella from shoulder to hand, balanced it on the tip like a cane, and walked into the maintenance corridor as if he had RSVP'd for this very arrival. The chain dipped for him like a curtain. For a second, his silhouette became part of the monitor's static haze, and then it was gone, drawn into the absolute curve of the corridor's dark. Something inhaled, far down the concrete throat of the place. It sounded like the building itself learning a new trick. Rhea made herself move. She pushed the nurse. She herded the old woman. The boy went without argument, eyes so wide they looked like glass. The suit stumbled in sideways, still muttering, trying to staple reason onto the evening with tacks that wouldn't hold. The couple pressed themselves flat on opposite sides of the doorway, as if distance could satisfy the announcement's cruel math. Rhea stepped into the car last and hit the yellow door button with her palm. The doors didn't close. She hit it again. The button lit and made the correct chime. The doors remained politely, uselessly open. Two delicate invitations to disaster. On the platform, the maintenance monitors warmed a few degrees and bloomed with soft snow. Rhea could feel the air shift, the same way you feel a pressure door open on an airplane mid-taxi, a difference more tasted than heard. In the monitor that showed the car's interior, a figure stood behind them in the aisle, exactly in the place where no one was. The camera caught the slick of a suit, the glint of a watch, the temperate smile of someone accustomed to elevators that open when they press the button. The umbrella man raised his closed umbrella in a little salute. Screen him did it a beat late. Then he lifted his free hand and put a finger to his lips. Behind Rhea, in the car that ought to have been empty, warm breath touched the curve of her ear. It matched perfectly, perfectly, the moment the man on screen leaned in toward her future self. "Run," he whispered in her own voice, and the doors finally whispered shut. Chapter 2, The Blackout. The train did not move. Rhea felt the vibration fade from the floor beneath her boots, the hum of engines winding down like a throat clearing before silence. The air thickened. It carried a taste of copper and old stone, as if they had slipped into a different century the moment those doors closed. Everyone's breathing became amplified, sharp and ragged in the hush. The nurse clutched her lunchbox to her chest like it could guard her from teeth. The hooded boy sat on the edge of a seat, fingers twitching to tap, but no rhythm finding him. The suit prowled the aisle in agitated circles, sweat darkening his collar. The couple had separated, obedient to the voice from the PA, and now stared at one another across the car, as if measuring the space between them. The old woman pressed her map flat on her lap, whispering station names under her breath, trying to reassemble a city that didn't match the one she was in. Rhea kept her eyes on the reflection in the glass.
She didn't want to.
Every instinct screamed to look away, but she couldn't. She remembered the way it had lagged behind her, how her reflection had smiled when she hadn't. And now, it wasn't lagging. It wasn't mimicking. It was waiting. Her reflection sat exactly as she sat, posture perfect, expression taut, but the eyes, God, the eyes were wrong. In the dim reflection, her irises looked black, like two holes punched through her face. And when the train lights dipped again, her reflection stayed bright a moment longer, as though the world behind the glass obeyed a different sun. "Why are we stopped?" the suit demanded. He pounded on the door to the operator's compartment again. "Hey, don't play games down here. This isn't funny." His voice cracked into a frantic, boyish shout. "You hear me? This isn't funny." The speakers above their heads answered. Static burst in like oil splattering on hot iron, then resolved into the same pleasant female announcer voice they had all grown up with, the voice of detours and delays. "Attention! Citywide emergency in progress. Please remain calm. Please remain alone. Do not resist evacuation." "What emergency?" the nurse whispered. Her voice shook. "What do they mean, evacuation?" The lights gave one final pulse, then surrendered entirely. Darkness crashed over them like water. It was absolute, the kind of black where your mind tries to invent shapes just to protect itself from nothingness. Someone gasped. The boy made a sound half sob, half whimper. The nurse muttered a prayer in broken syllables. And then, faint at first, came the glow. From the cracks around the train doors seeped a pale blue light, sickly and fluid, crawling inward across the metal seams. It pulsed once, twice, as if sinking to their heartbeats. The couple pressed farther apart, backs nearly bent against the glass, unable to tear their eyes from the light. The old woman dropped her map and whispered, "Not again, not again," rocking gently in her seat. Rhea stood, every nerve in her body revolting against the idea but her reporter's instinct dragging her forward. She crouched by the doors. The glow clung to her hands when she reached toward it. Cool, damp, faintly electric. She pulled back. The shimmer clung to her skin for a second longer, unwilling to let go. From the other side of the doors came sound. Not footsteps, not voices. A low, dragging scrape, like furniture being pulled across concrete. Slow, deliberate, and layered beneath it, breathing. Dozens of breaths, in and out. Not in unison, but all too close. "Back away," Rhea whispered, though her own throat trembled. "All of you, back away from the doors." The boy obeyed instantly, retreating until his shoulders hit the opposite wall. The nurse hesitated, clutching her lunchbox tighter. The suit barked a laugh that cracked under its own weight. "What? We're scared of a power surge now. Jesus, you people." The doors jerked, not open, just a tremor, as though something pressed from the other side, testing the seal. The metal groaned. The blue light flared bright enough to silhouette them all in negative for a heartbeat. And in that light, reflected across the black windows, Rhea saw them. Dozens of figures pressed against the other side of the glass. Not passengers, not people, exactly. They were outlines, full of that same blue glow, shaped like bodies but blurred at the edges, like someone had traced human forms in smoke. Their faces were masks of static, each one twisted into a silent scream. The boy sobbed openly now. The nurse whispered, "No, no, no," through clenched teeth. The couple turned away from each other at last and clung together despite the warning. The old woman covered her eyes, rocking faster. And then the reflections moved, not as a group, not together. One by one, each pressed its glowing face against the glass and whispered. The sound bled into the car like air escaping a lung. Whispers layered over whispers, forming no words until, finally, they merged into one. "Come with us." The doors buckled inward, metal shrieking, and Rhea realized with a cold certainty that the train was no longer a prison. It was fate. The metal shrieked like an animal in pain. The train doors bowed inward under invisible weight, rattling in their frames, then sprang back as though the thing outside was simply testing its prey, enjoying the resistance. The sound echoed through the car, leaving behind a silence so sharp it felt carved out of stone. "Don't move," Rhea hissed. She could barely hear her own words above the rush of her pulse. Her legs ached to bolt, but she stayed rooted, because instinct told her the thing pressing against those doors wanted movement. It was waiting for it, savoring it. The nurse squeezed her lunchbox so tight the plastic groaned. her lips moving in prayer. The boy had curled into himself on the bench, hood over his head, hands clamped against his ears, rocking the way kids do when trying to disappear. The couple clung together despite the warning from the PA system, trembling like leaves in a storm. The suit, though, wouldn't stay still. He laughed again, too loud, brittle. "You're all losing it. It's just the power grid. Some transformer blue. This is nothing but shadows and nerves." He kicked at the doors with the heel of his shoe, as though daring the dark to answer. "See? Nothing there. Nothing." The car jolted. Every light above them flickered dead, plunging them into a black so complete that even the reflection glow figures vanished. For 1 second, they were blind. For 1 second, only breath existed. Then a single emergency light over the doors blinked on, weak and red, casting the car in a hellish glow. The suit was gone. Rhea hadn't seen him move. None of them had. One heartbeat, he was shouting at the doors. The next, he wasn't there. His absence was total, abrupt, as if a frame of film had been cut from reality. The only trace was his tie, torn clean off, lying like a dead snake on the floor. The nurse screamed, a raw, ripping sound that bounced off steel walls. Quiet. Rhea snapped. Her throat burned. Her own fear threatened to tear loose, but she swallowed it, forced it back down into her gut. Panic would kill them faster than anything outside. Everybody against the windows, away from the doors. "No," the boy whimpered. His voice was high, breaking. "Not the windows. Not them." Rhea looked. He was right. The reflections had returned. The glowing, half-human figures pressed against the glass, but now they weren't mimicking. They were watching. Each one had its face tilted toward the car, featureless masks of static leaned too close to the glass, like children peering into an aquarium. And when the emergency light flickered, just for a moment, their mouths moved in jagged unison. One is gone. More will follow. The nurse began sobbing, words broken into wet gasps. What do they want? What do they want from us? Rhea forced herself to look past the fear, past the unnatural blue glow, and think. Every instinct screamed at her to run, to claw the doors open and take her chances in the tunnels. But another instinct, stronger, quieter, told her the train had stopped for a reason. This wasn't random. And then she remembered the voice. The PA. Remain alone. Do not resist evacuation. A chill swept her spine. The announcement wasn't a warning, it was an instruction. A program. Something was hurting them, breaking them down, peeling them away one by one. The old woman lifted her map again, shaking hands, unfolding the paper like it held the last sense of order in the world. "There's no Garrity Avenue," she whispered. "It was erased."
Erased.
And now it's back. She looked up at Rhea with wild eyes. They built over it, buried it, but some things you bury don't stay down. The train groaned and lurched, not forward, but down. The sensation dropped Rhea's stomach into her boots. The car was sinking, lowering into something far beneath the city grid. Dust rained from the ceiling vents. The reflections' faces smeared across the glass like wet paint, stretching, elongating, following them into the dark. "Hold on," Rhea shouted, bracing against the seat frame. The car sank faster, rattling, every bolt in the walls screaming. The boy cried out. The nurse curled into herself. The couple wrapped their arms around each other again, ignoring the command to remain apart. The old woman clutched her map to her chest, whispering nonsense station names. And then impact. The train slammed to a halt. Sparks showered the windows in a burst of blue fire. The emergency light swung above them, casting sickly arcs. When the smoke cleared, the doors hissed open, not to another platform, not to concrete or tunnels, but to a vast chamber of black stone, lit only by rows of flickering monitors lining the walls, each showing a different angle of them. Inside the car, outside the car, close-ups of their terrified faces. Some of the screens played moments that hadn't happened yet. Rhea saw herself screaming. She saw the nurse lying still. She saw the boy's hood empty, his seat vacant. And across the floor of the chamber stretched shadows too long to belong to anyone present. Next up, the intercom whispered in Rhea's own voice. Evacuation. Chapter 3. Whispers in the static. The word hung in the chamber like a commandment. Evacuation. It echoed once, twice, and then the speakers went dead, as if the room had swallowed its own voice. Rhea waited for movement beyond the threshold. Footsteps, the scrape that had trailed them through the tunnels, the courteous tap of a closed umbrella against stone. But nothing came. Only the monitors stirred, waking in staggered waves until the wall glittered with panes of moving glass, each one tuned to a piece of the same nightmare. On one screen, the car they'd abandoned sat like a display model. Doors opened to a platform that did not exist, blue light feathering the gaps where the rubber met the steel. On another, a high-angle view of the chamber itself made them look like chessmen. White King, Rhea, flanked by minor pieces, all badly placed. A third carried neither of those views. It had found some other channel entirely. A city street at night, dark as water, laced with sirens that never arrived. The feed lurched, pivoted, and settled on a male truck idling at a red light that would never turn. The driver stared ahead, motionless. His radio crackled and whispered to him in a voice so soft and familiar he smiled without meaning to. Then he opened the door and stepped out into an intersection no one else had chosen. The camera did not follow. Other screens found other rooms, a hospital ward where monitors blinked without patience, a corner bodega with a fluorescent buzz like a headache, a child's bedroom washed in cool-down blue, a baby monitor courting a whisper from the air. "Please remain alone," someone said on each of them, summoning the same cold politeness in the same accentless dialect. And in the next breath, a second voice slid in. Yours, theirs, hers, his, telling a secret meant for one listener. "Come here. I need you. I'm Skip. Don't tell anyone you heard me." The pitch changed, but the cadence did not. Fear recognizes itself in any tongue. Rhea moved to the nearest console because that's what she did when the room pretended to be a machine. She looked for a lever, a port, a button that turned pretense into function. A wired handset hung on a bracket below the center bank. OPS/all call was stamped under it with a label maker the city had probably retired before Rhea was born. She picked it up. The line was not a tone but a texture. Salt on the tongue, distant rain on a metal roof, the pressure of a storm that hasn't yet decided where to land. "Operations," she said, not expecting answers so much as wanting the word inside the system. "If anyone's hearing this, we're down where the cameras can't agree," said Rhea Park's voice in Rhea Park's ear, not through the speakers, but through the wire. It was her, recorded and ruined. "Miss Park, please comply. We've been trying to evacuate you for some time." She set her jaw. "Try harder." The handset clicked, not like a hang-up, but like someone wetting their teeth before speaking again. Behind her, the nurse whispered, "What do they want?" Like a child. The lunchbox squeaked as her hands crushed it and relaxed and crushed it again. Rhea turned and finally made herself see the people in the room with her. Names would keep them real. Names were nails you could drive into the floor when everything else slid. "I'm Rhea," she said, to the nurse first, because the nurse would understand Rhea. "What should I call you?" The woman blinked hard, as if she'd just remembered she had a name. "Inez," she managed. "Inez Solano." Rhea nodded to the hooded boy. He lifted his chin high enough for the emergency light to make moons of his eyes. "Felix," he said. The name landed and steadied him. His hands stopped moving for the first time. The old woman's map rattled when she exhaled. "Nadine K," she said. "You can call me Mrs. K if we are keeping polite." "I'd prefer we keep polite." The couple had peeled themselves apart with visible effort after the PA's warning upstairs, but in the chamber they drifted back together in a way that was more orbital than voluntary. "Jenna," the woman said, and then Marcos. He nodded. They did not let go. Rhea held their gaze long enough to tell them she wasn't going to pry them apart by force. Not yet. All right, she said. The decision to speak, clearly, steadily, as if the chamber were a newsroom and the news were late but coming, quieted her own pulse. Nobody leaves anyone.
We move as one body.
If anything tries to split us, it's lying. If anything uses a voice you love, it's lying. If anything looks like me and tells you to be brave alone, it's lying worst of all. We will be loud. We will make trouble. We will spoil the rules. As if in answer, a dozen screens switched to the same feed. A stairwell yawning open like a throat, concrete steps spiraling down into a light that had no color. An arrow appeared, crisp and helpful. Evacuation route. Descend singly. Felix made a small sound. We can go up, right? His voice held a city kid's faith that every maze eventually had a fire escape, a hatch-marked roof. Another screen switched to an external camera Rhea recognized with an ache in her ribs, a plaza near City Hall where she used to eat sad salads on the lip of a fountain. The statue of the sailor pointing at a horizon no one would ever reach was bathed in the emergency green of an entire grid popped like a breaker. The lens shivered and then focused on a cluster of bodies gathered tight by the fountain. 7, maybe 8. Their faces were turned inward, away from the camera. Above them, a municipal drone hovered, red LED blinking. The drone speaker popped and delivered a message with the schoolteacher cheer these machines were programmed to fake. For your safety, please disperse. Delays expected in evacuation for non-compliance. The cluster held tighter. The drone hissed. The plaza lights went out. When the feed flickered back, there were only 5. Down, Mrs. K said, if those are the options. Her voice was brittle china, preserved for the good set, but no less real. Rhea looked from them to the screens to the stairs. The monitors showed the stairwell from 4 impossible angles, including one overhead like a god and one from the view of a camera embedded in the second step. On the overhead angle, a shadow waited 3 turns below, long and jointless, exactly the way shadows shouldn't be. On the embedded one, nothing waited at all, just concrete pitted by salt, gum petrified to hardness, scuffs like ghosted footprints. The feeds disagreed like witnesses with too much to protect. The handset purred against her ear. She didn't remember lifting it. Miss Park, said the voice that had never been hers until tonight. I'll make this simple. Citywide evacuation orders require compliance to ensure survivability. This means match your reflection. Don't double. Don't overtake. Don't cluster. 1 shadow per person. 1 person per stare. Rhea swallowed dry air. What happens if we don't? The voice chose cheer. Then you're hard to move. On the monitor pitched to some rooftop, a weather vane spun, and then froze on a wind that hadn't been blowing a second ago. On another, the 24-hour call-in line for lost pets sputtered and answered a call from an empty room. I hear you, said a woman to no one. I hear you, but where are you calling from? In a grainy basement feed, a ham radio hobbyist who had layered his life in coils and tubes swiveled to a voice only he could love and smiled as if he'd built it himself. Rhea, Inez whispered, so close that her breath warmed the skin above Rhea's collar. What if it's true? What if the only way out is alone? Then we'll break the way out, Rhea said, and felt something in her chest unknot for the first time since the doors had opened on a platform that never existed. Down together. That's the move. The monitors did not like that answer, for went black at once, as if offended. 3 switched to close-ups of the group's faces, the frames tight enough to see pores, to make eyes look like bottomless wells. In each face, Rhea saw a version of fear she recognized. The nurse's functional terror, the boy's tied panic, the couple's animal protectiveness, Mrs. K's brittle refusal to be made ridiculous by whatever this was. In her own, caught by the camera over her shoulder, She saw something else entirely. The calm she borrowed like a good coat, and beneath it a raw, pulsing determination that made her recognize her father's profile in herself when she tilted her head just so. "Okay," she said, half to the group and half to the cameras. "We're going to cheat." They approached the stairwell like thieves. The first step was just a step. The second felt a degree colder, as if a refrigerator door had opened someplace nearby and stayed open. On the landing, a convex mirror bulged from the corner, one of those polished hemispheres that let you see around blind turns in parking structures and hospitals. It had been installed for safety. It had been repurposed. When Rhea looked, the mirror gave her the expected fisheye bend, the elongation, the stutter of fluorescent light. It also gave her reflection something she had not done. It lifted her hand and touched the mirror surface. The real hand at her side stayed still. "That's not me," she told Felix without breaking stare, because he had already started toward copycatting, and that was the trap. "Eyes on me, not the mirror. Count the bolts in the railing." He counted. 9, then 10, then the spacing widens, he said, a math kid finding a grid he could trust. "Good. Keep it." They went in a chain. Rhea, then Felix 5 steps back, then Inez 5 behind him, then Jenna and Marcos on the same step but shoulder to opposite walls, fingertips grazing and ghosting apart, then Mrs. K bringing up the end with her map folded under her arm like a hymn book. The stairwell's acoustics made their footfalls sound like other people. Somewhere below them, something tested its weight on the concrete and decided it could hold. At the second landing, the PA roused itself with a chirp like a smile. "For your safety," it began. The voice cut out mid-syllable and a new one shouldered in. "Rhea?" It was a thin, incredulous male voice she had loved and then learned to love in memory. She did not recognize it for 1 second because she had never heard it coming out of a public address system.
Rhea?
"Bug, are you?" "Dad," she said, before she could stop herself. Inez's hand found the small of her back without pushing, an anchor that did not presume to steer. "No," she murmured. "No, he's not here. He's not." The voice continued, becoming itself in front of her. "You're always late for the last train," it teased, as if a joke made at a kitchen table could defend them. "Don't make me come get you. Don't." The speaker squealed. The pitch rose until the sound had teeth. The wire in the handset went hot in Rhea's palm. The stairwell smelled like something struck by lightning.
"Keep moving," Rhea said.
She said it to herself and to her father and to the stair and to the screens now cycling through city feeds so fast each one was a stab of a life. A firefighter alone in an elevator whose doors would not open because he had wedged his boot there to hold them for a colleague. A nightclub where the DJ had killed the music because the speakers were talking back. A nursing home where call lights lit in elaborate patterns like constellations no astronomer had named. On the third landing, they found a door marked mech. The city used that tag for closets where things that mattered hid. Rhea threw her weight against the crash bar. The door gave like paper under a knife. The room beyond was smaller than the sign deserved. Breaker panels on 3 walls, a steel table under a long-dead fluorescent, a leather-bound logbook stamped Garrity Avenue, Decon. It should not have existed. It existed anyway. Felix drifted to the logbook the way some kids find the table with the chessboard on it and sit down like they've been invited. "It's all the times the power spiked," he said, fingertip leaving a track in dust. "All the times they tried to bring it back online, and it fought them." The final entry wasn't a line of ink. It was a print glued to the page, thermal, like pregnancy ultrasounds and night vision smugness, showing a stairwell in white and gray, and a stain of heat on every step. At the bottom, where the heat should have pooled, there was a hole in the image where the machine had refused to see. "Down," Mrs. K said again, gentle now, as if the word itself could bruise. "We're committed." "Wait," Jenna said, voice ripped down to wire. She had turned back toward the landing and the convex mirror. Marcos looked. Their reflections had not turned. The mirror Jenna and mirror Marcos stayed facing the door as if they had walked through it and found something worth keeping. Then mirror Marcos reached out and took mirror Jenna's hand with a demonstrativeness that became threat. The Real Marcos moved to mirror the movement in a real stairwell, reflex engaged, love a faster rule than fear.
Don't, Rhea said.
She hated how hard her voice went, hated the way. Authority tasted in her mouth, loved it for working anyway. It's fate. Marcos shook as if he'd been yanked out of himself. Sorry, he said to Jenna and to Rhea and to the terrible fact of the mirror. On the fourth landing, the stairwell widened as if space had found some generosity. The monitors on the wall. There were monitors on the wall in a stairwell. That was what the world had decided to be now, shifted to show a man waiting below with the patience of a bank line. He stood with his umbrella resting point down and both hands on the handle, a posture that told you he had always had time. The camera that watched him had chosen to soften the edges of his face, so he remained difficult to remember. His smile did not need edges to be understood. "Miss Park," he called up, voice like an elevator lobby's good carpet. The stairwell carried it with flattering acoustics. "We should talk." Inez's breath hitched. Felix made a small, involuntary noise, half bark, half warning. "Mrs." Kay muttered, "No," as if saying the word to a child who had reached for stove flame. Jenna and Marcos leaned together, and then remembered they weren't supposed to and peeled apart with effort you could hear in the tendons. Rhea stepped down until she could see the umbrella man without mediation. He stood on the landing below the next, exactly where a school librarian would wait if she had asked you to keep your voice down and then decided she'd better check. The umbrella was closed. There was no water anywhere. His tie was not his, she realized, too cheap for how he wore the rest of himself. It was the suits, the vanished suits, the dead snake from the floor tied neatly now at another throat. "You went the other way," Rhea said. Her voice did not shake. It surprised her by sounding like she had practiced for this conversation. "Into the maintenance corridor." He tilted his head, and there it was again, that asylum of courtesy. "Down is Kinderdenight," he said, repeating himself, but letting you hear different meaning this time. "Up has become very crowded. Too many opinions. Too many duplicates." "What do you want?" Rhea asked, because someone had to move this forward, and he would be delighted to keep them here talking until the room chose for them. His eyes were the color of the glass in the monitors when they were between pictures. Only the plan. He gestured to the steps with his umbrella like a maitre d', offering a table. "Evacuation requires unpairing. It's been hard to get your attention." "You've had it," Rhea said. "Consider me attentive." "Splendid." The umbrella man's smile widened by a degree barely visible unless you were watching for exactly that betrayal. "Then let's begin simply."
The boy first.
Then the nurse. Then Mrs. K. Then the couple one by one, of course. "You," he added as if discussing seating charts. "Whenever you're ready. We'll make time." Rhea laughed. It came out wrong and right, like tearing canvas. "We're not inventory." "You're all inventory," he said, and for the first time a little tiredness showed at the edge of his manners, as if the work had been long and people kept insisting on their names. "Tonight's the only night it tells the truth." The hand set on Rhea's shoulder burned again. A voice pushed through, tinny with distance and the cheapness of office supply orders. "Dispatch to all units," it said, the part of the drill no one had ever imagined would be needed. "Phone lines are down. If you hear voices not on frequency, do not answer. Repeat, do not answer unknown transmissions. Maintain solo travel. Evacuation corridors will appear. Follow your reflection. Do not pass it." The umbrella man looked pleased that the city had finally learned to speak his words. "See," he asked softly, as if he'd been vindicated in a policy meeting. "Everyone's learning." Rhea stepped down one tread, putting herself between him and the others with a geometry you acquire by staying late in dangerous rooms. The monitors to their left switched to 5 future pictures at once. the way bad choices do in your skull when you're overtired. In the top left, Felix went alone and vanished between one frame and the next, the space he had occupied remembering his shape as a temperature difference, and nothing more. In the top right, Inez sat down on the steps and pressed her palms to her eyes until the white behind her lids became an ocean that took her. In the bottom left, Jenna and Marcos disobeyed and ran together and were punished by subtraction that left each of them with an outline where the other should be. In the bottom right, Mrs. K simply refused, and the stairwell took its refusal like a receipt and filed it. In the center, Rhea stood with one hand on the rail and one on Felix's shoulder and chose anyway. She put her hand on Felix's shoulder. "Together," she said. "We go together." The monitors hissed. Not a sound so much as a presence. The umbrella man's expression did an interesting thing. It did not change, because he had built it to be unchangeable, but under the stillness, something alert took a step forward and watched her more carefully than it had before. "You don't have to test it," he said pleasantly. "You'll lose." Rhea did not look away from him when she spoke. "You ready, Felix?" His nod was tiny and absolute. "5 steps," Rhea said. "We hold 5 between each of us. No more, no less. Count bolts. Count breaths. If the mirror asks you to touch it, swear at it and keep walking." "Can I swear?" Felix asked, the ghost of a grin, a boy's last piece of ordinary mischief. "Tonight," Rhea said, "everyone swears." She and Felix stepped down together. The stairwell did not like it. The rail warmed under Rhea's palm, not with heat, but with attention. The convex mirror threw back a room where they were separated by 30 steps and then corrected itself, as if embarrassed by the error. The emergency light strobed harder, making the world into frames that didn't line up. Behind her, Inez began to count in a nurse's steady triage tone. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and stepped. Behind Inez, Jenna whispered, "I love you, I love you, I love you," without touching Marcos, and stepped when the number said step. Mrs. K took the rear, voice dry and implacable. 5. She told the stairs as if they were her students and would be quizzed on the number later. Rhea and Felix reached the landing where the umbrella man waited. Up close, you could see the tie better. It had a coffee stain half hidden in its weave, the kind that comes from a morning before a long day. It had been the suits. Rhea did not let herself look for the watch. "Excuse us," she said, and moved to pass him. He did not step aside. He did not lift the umbrella. He said, "You'll make this violent, like a disappointed maitre d'. You always do." "We'll make it ours," Rhea said. For the first time, he let himself look directly at her, not at the picture a camera made. It changed him. "You wear your father's stubborn like a uniform," he said, conversational as if complimenting a scarf. He broke rules the night they sealed Garrity. It made the work untidy for years. Rhea did not let the words hit. They could bruise later. "Step aside." He held her eyes 1 second longer, then smiled with genuine pleasure at a game finally become interesting and moved. "As you like. We'll sort you at the bottom." Rhea and Felix passed. The air on the far side of him felt thinner, like a threshold. 1 more flight. 2. On the 3rd, the world sighed the way buildings do when 100 bodies move at once and the architect is long dead. Rhea did not realize she had been holding her breath until she lost count of bolts and had to start at 1 again with effort. They came out on a landing with a door stenciled operations in paint so old it had bled into the concrete's pores. A small round window in the door showed a room. Tables, maps pinned under plastic overlays, a bank of radios with needle gauges, a red phone so cliché it almost made Rhea laugh. Beyond, through a larger window, the city lay in miniature, a wall map wired with little lights that should have shown trains like blood vessels. Every bulb was dead except one pulsing at the center, like a lighthouse's last kindness. Rhea pushed the door. It opened. The radios inside were alive without speaking. The red phone rang once. Just once. On the wall map, the single light blinked, steadied, and then began to crawl slowly along a line that did not exist on any map Rhea had ever trusted. The handset on the table jumped to life, clicked twice, and a voice, not hers, not the city's pretend mother, slid into the room like a knife laid on velvet. "Rhea," said the umbrella man's voice, from nowhere and everywhere at once. "Good. You made it. Now, let's get you alone." Chapter 4. The apartment across the street. The blackout made the city look expensive. Every window was a jewel, cut out of the dark and set in black velvet. Each room a tiny stage where someone performed the ordinary business of surviving night. Tamsin Rose sat on her wide sill with her feet on the cast iron radiator and watched the building across Greeley Street as if it were television. Ninth floor walk-up, cracked plaster, a draft that came through the window latch in winter. Their building was honest about what it was. Across the street, the big brick box with the name Riverside pressed into its lintel pretended at grandeur. Columns, balconies that no one used, a lobby with a chandelier that collected dust like snow. In the blackout, both buildings were the same. Teeth of light in a black mouth. She was alone. Her roommate, Ren, had taken a double at the bar 2 blocks south. No power meant cash only, candles, and crowds, which meant money Ren couldn't afford to turn down. They'd texted at 10:47, "You good?" And "I left water in the pitcher. Don't open to strangers." Then the signal wavered and died. Tamsin had laughed at the time, not because the warning was silly, but because Ren had appended a heart and 3 knives, which was Ren. Inside their apartment, the air held the specific smell of a building that had been old too long. Hot dust from radiators, even when they were cold, wood polish that had surrendered to time, a faint tang of cooking from other lives stacked on other floors. Tamsin's candles made little ponds of light around bowls and books and the half-built terrarium she'd promised herself she would finish when the universe finally gave her a night off. The terrarium was a glass jar with a lid like a brass crown, and the rolled moss inside looked like a sleeping animal. When the city went dark, sound changed. People became aware of their own voices. She could hear the argument on the 3rd floor ricochet up the shaft. She could hear the soft, maddening drip of a faucet somewhere above them. Out on Greeley, somebody started singing. Not well.
Brave.
A municipal drone buzzed past like a wasp with a badge, its red LED blinking a metronome for panic. The drone's speaker chirped in the careful tone of a machine that had been taught how to care. "For your safety," it said to the street, "please remain calm. Please remain alone. Evacuation corridors will appear." Evacuation corridors, Tamsin repeated to herself, tasting the phrase like it was the kind of thing the city said in a grant application and never meant.
Sure.
Across the street, in the window directly opposite hers on the 9th floor, the one she always called my neighbor, though she didn't know the woman's name, someone moved. The neighbor lived behind white shears that were never fully drawn, a ghostly veil that made her movements look underwater. Tamsin had built a whole fiction around her, a florist or a court reporter, or a person who worked somewhere with marble. Tonight, the neighbor lit a candle that made a gold tunnel in the fabric and sat on her own sill. The mirror of it made Tamsin smile. 2 women, same floor, 10 yards and a city away. She lifted her hand and waved because the blackout had compressed the world down to the distance between 2 windows, and it felt strange not to. Across the street, the neighbor looked up from whatever she had in her lap and waved back. 5 seconds later, not a casual lag, not the time it takes to register a stranger and decide if you're playing. Tamsin held her hand up in the air and counted. 1 1,000, 2 1,000, 3 on 5. The neighbor's hand rose. She laughed out loud, delighted by the oddness. She was not the kind of person who kept diaries or thought about omens until they arrived wearing reflective vests and asking for ID. She liked kitsch and led her trivia team, and could talk without shame about mixology. The delay tickled her. It felt like a puzzle she could solve. Okay, she said to the night, and stood on the sill. She lifted both hands high, slow, like a conductor raising a baton. Across the street, the neighbor did the same. 5 seconds after, Tamsin tilted her head to the right. The neighbor matched it 5 seconds later. She laughed again, but a hairline crack had opened in the innocent fun of it. She wanted the neighbor to wave at the wrong time, to do any small thing that broke the clean echo, because now the echo felt like a contract she hadn't signed. She clapped her hands once. On 5, the neighbor clapped. Her phone buzzed on the radiator behind her. No signal for an hour, and now 3 notifications stacked themselves on the dead blue lock screen like paper slid under a door. City alert. Remain alone. Do not pass your reflection. Evacuation routes will appear. Emergency services. Dispatch lines are currently unavailable. Do not respond to voices outside established channels. Then a third that made her scalp prickle. Rhea Park. Caller ID guessed from some article she'd read. OPS/all call. If you can hear me, do not match the mirror.
Keep your own time. Count.
Tamsin looked from the phone to the neighbor who wasn't and back. Count, she repeated, because that was a verb she could hold on to. She put the phone face down. In the hall, the emergency exit sign flickered with the irregularity of a heartbeat trying to right itself. The building's old intercom crackled once and hissed itself silent. Someone knocked on the door next to hers with the back of a hand. Wrong rhythm. Too polite. Ren, she called through the wall. Ridiculous, because Ren was at the bar. The knocking stopped. The faucet upstairs paused, then began again. The drip gaining tempo until it was a pour, and then an unlikely rush, then silence, like a faucet on tape. She looked back at the window. The neighbor had not moved. Candlelight gilded her cheekbones in the same way it gilded Tamsin's. Their hair fell the same. The angle of their shoulders made a matched pair of parentheses. Tamsin raised her left hand and drew a circle in the air. Across the street, 5 seconds later, a left hand drew a circle. She went to her desk, grabbed a dry erase marker, and uncapped it with her teeth. The stupid, small ordinariness of the gesture steadied her. She wrote across the glass in clean block letters, "Hello." She stepped back to admire the floating word over the city. The neighbor's marker flashed in her hand 5 seconds later and wrote, in the same clean block letters, "Hello." Tamsin swallowed. She wrote, "What's your name?" Across the street, "What's your name?" She said it out loud because now she could taste the trap and wanted to see if her own voice could fog it. "I'm Tamsin." 5 seconds later, across the street, the neighbor's mouth shaped the word, Tamsin. Her skin crawled in a polite, measured way, as if her body did not want to embarrass her by panicking too quickly. She drew a star on the glass and watched the neighbor draw it. She dropped the marker. And then, because she was not a horror movie idiot, and because fear is an engine if you feed it right, she reached out and closed the shear on her side. Across the street, 5 seconds later, the neighbor closed the shear. The room changed immediately. With the usual opposite gone, her apartment felt less like a place and more like a reflection, hung up with the light off. The candles seemed smaller. She heard feet on the stair, heavy, someone taking them one by one like they were concentrating, and Tamsin's stomach put a cold hand on itself. The knock came again, on her door this time. 3 polite taps, no hurry. "Who is it?" she called, because that was the script, and you follow the script until the script betrays you. "Tamsin," said her own voice, from the other side of the door. "It's me. Don't open to strangers." She didn't make any sound at all. It seemed important not to give the voice anything to work with. The deadbolt was thrown. The chain was on. She pictured the chain, the silly false safety of that little brass loop, and for a second it comforted her so much she almost laughed. The voice spoke again, pleased with itself, as if they'd agreed on a bit, and now it was making callbacks. "I left water in the pitcher," it said. "Don't." She ran to the window and ripped the shear back. Across the street, her neighbor had not moved. Not exactly. The candle had guttered lower into its own wax, the flame a cup. The woman sat as before, but now she was smiling. Tamsin stared and tried to understand why the smile was wrong. It wasn't too wide. It wasn't a baring of teeth. It was wrong because it was tolerant, the way you smile at a child who believes they've invented peekaboo. Okay, Tamsin said to the window, to herself, to the dead city. Okay. She put her hand flat against the cold glass and tapped twice with a nail. 1, 2. 5 seconds later, the neighbor did the same. Tamsin lifted her left hand and waved a rhythm Ren had taught her to find each other in a crowd. 5 seconds later, the neighbor's left hand waved that rhythm. Tamsin reached down, picked up the marker, and wrote in big letters that ghosted over her own candlelight, "Don't copy me." 5 seconds later, the neighbor wrote, "Don't copy me." Then, without waiting at all, with no 5 counted, with a logic that stepped off a curb into traffic, the neighbor added a line. Something Tamsin had not written, the letters firm and angular in the same hand that had just copied. "Turn around." Tamsin's blood went cold, so suddenly her fingertips hurt. Her throat made an absurd click that sounded like a cartoon. She did not turn around. With a hand she forced not to shake, she wrote, "No." Across the street, immediately, the neighbor's marker wrote, "Good." Someone slid a folded paper under her front door, slow and careful so it wouldn't snag on the runner. The sound it made, the hush of paper on wood, was worse than the knock. Tamsin crossed the room, keeping her shoulder to the wall as if the wall could decide to stop being wall, and if she needed to be close enough to reason with it. She crouched and looked at the paper without touching it. White, no letterhead, no weight. On the outside, in tidy blue ballpoint, it said, "Tamsin ROE, building notice." She hooked it toward herself with the stem of a spoon. Inside was a printed sheet, city typeface, the same voice as the drone but on paper, evacuation instructions with bullet points like a grocery list. Remain alone. Evacuation corridors will appear between 1 to 3 o'clock. Do not pass your reflection. Do not cluster. If you hear unauthorized voices at your door, do not respond. At the bottom, in pen and note, Ren says, "Stay put."
Seriously. R.
The signature was perfect. The R was exactly the R Ren always drew, a tilted little fishhook. Back at the window, the neighbor had stood. She reached toward the latch at the bottom of her sash, and then waited. Tamsin waited, too. Without realizing, she had started counting out loud, the way you do to keep your courage from running until you find it again. On 5, the neighbor flipped the latch and raised the window a few inches. Cold night slid in and moved the sheer. The candle flame leaned toward the dark and straightened. A municipal drone coasted back down greely, red LED blinking fast now. Urgency trying to mimic a heartbeat. "For your safety, please disperse." It told the cluster of people 2 blocks down who had built a fire in a metal trash can and were warming their hands as if they were campers, and this was fun. Evacuation corridors appear between 1 to 3 o'clock, the drone recited.
Solo travelers prioritized.
"For your safety." Across the street, the neighbor pushed the window higher. Without waiting, without lag, she put one knee on the sill. She did it smoothly, with a confidence Tamsin didn't have in her own knees 9 floors up. She held the post and leaned out, looking down, the way you do to measure the distance your heart insists you could survive once. "Stop," Tamsin said to the glass. "Don't." On 5, her own body wanted to imitate, and the knowledge that her muscles were prepared to step out into nothing because math had suggested it made her dizzy. She locked her knees and gripped the radiator. Across the street, the neighbor smiled that tolerant smile and climbed back into her room as if to say good girl. The building intercom crackled and coughed. "Tamsin," said Ren's voice, a shout from a hallway that had always been just a hallway until tonight. "Hey, Tamsin, you there? I can't get the door open, the chains." The intercom squealed like something hot. "Open up. It's just me." Tamsin looked at the paper again, at the careful fishhook R, at the sentence that had always made her feel looked after. Stay put. She looked at the window. Across the street, the neighbor, patient, precise, wrote on her glass without waiting for Tamsin to leave, and this new inversion made Tamsin's scalp crawl. Count out loud, the neighbor wrote. Louder, she swallowed. 1, she said, testing herself against the air. The intercom hissed, eager to be a mouth.
2, 3, 4, 5.
Across the street, the neighbor didn't move. 6, Tamsin said, throat raw, eyes hard on the neighbor's hand.
7, 8, 9.
10. On 10, the neighbor lifted her hand and laid her palm flat on the glass over the word good. Tamsin did not move. Her own palm ached to rise and meet it. She pictured the cheap brass chain on her door lifting itself, and she knew down where she kept the rules that the chain didn't matter. It never had. Don't match it, said a new voice, loud enough to skate under the skin of all the other sounds. It came from her phone, which she had not touched. It came from the radiator, the old pipes, the bones of the building. It came from the air. If you can hear me, this is operations. Do not match the mirror.
Keep your own time.
Count. The voice was female, clipped by effort, stubborn by nature. It felt like a hand held out that could not reach her, and a promise not to let go. Across the street, the neighbor smiled wider at the word operations. The candle guttered again, as if starved. The neighbor took a piece of paper from somewhere below the sill and held it to her window. The words were written big enough that even across Greeley and through 2 panes of old glass Tamsin could read them. The hallway is longer now. Tamsin didn't want to look.
She did.
Her apartment door had a fanlight, a half moon of old glass that let the hall glow leak in. The glow was wrong, a color that wasn't a color, like the blue she'd seen in some LED Christmas light and never forgiven. Through the fanlight, she could see the red exit sign mark out the end of the hall. It had been 15 steps to the stair her whole life. Now the exit was farther away, the letters smaller, the perspective lengthened in a way that made the hair on her arms rise. The hall had reborn itself longer, like taffy pulled in the dark. Run, she said to the intercom, because saying the name cost nothing and because if there was any chance, she had to pay it. Knock the code. Run had a code, 2211 from a song they liked. The knocks came, not from the intercom, not from the speaker that lived raw in her kitchen wall, but from the door itself.
2, 2, 1, 1.
The rhythm was right, but it took a second longer than it should have to finish. A 5-second longer. Not run, she told the door. She was shaking openly now and did not care. Not run. Across the street, the neighbor tapped her own glass once, calm as weather. Then, without lag, without permission, she raised her marker and wrote the last thing before the room turned into a decision. If you open it, do it on 4, not 5.
4.
Tamsin took one breath, then another, and listened to the long hallway purr to itself like a big cat persuaded to act like an elevator. She put her hand on the chain. She watched her own reflection in the window's black square wait to see what kind of person she was. In the intercom, Ren's voice softened. So exactly right she hated it. Please, Ren said.
I'm scared.
On 4, Tamsin whispered, because a stranger who cared enough to cheat the rhythm had just told her how to live. She counted.
1, 2.
3, and when she reached 4, she slid the chain and turned the bolt and pulled the door, and the hallway rushed at her like a tide coming the wrong way. Chapter 5, Blood in the Elevator. The elevator at Granary Tower had always told the truth about weight. It was a good, indifferent truth, the kind that didn't care if you were late for the last bus or trying to carry home a birthday cake without letting the plastic lid kiss the frosting. Capacity 1814 kilograms or 24 persons, the plaque announced in a font that assumed adulthood. The digital display above the button panel kept a quieter ledger. A little bar that crept up as bodies stepped in, a tone that complained when excess happened. Tonight, In the blackout, the bar glowed a steady red even before anyone moved. Aisha Karim pressed her badge to the panel slot and felt the reader recognize her with a haptic click. The building was on generator. Only Car B was in service. The lobby was a candlelit spill of strangers with their nerves in their hands. As head of night security, Aisha had been trained to stand tall in a storm and let panic break around her. She had a parka over her suit, a radio that only hissed now, and a ring of keys that chimed when she walked like she was past and present at once. Lobby to 19, then roof, she said to the cluster, because certainty is food. We do it in runs, 10 at a time. Solo travelers prioritized. The municipal drone at the revolving doors chirped through red LED teeth, its polite speaker peeling the words as if for children. For your safety, please remain alone. Evacuation corridors will appear. Sure, Aisha said, not to the drone. And Santa will do fire watch. She put her forearm against the closing doors, old school, felt the edge bite glove, and let three in quick. A kid in a courier's reflective jacket, a woman with corporation shoulders and a haircut that had cost twice Aisha's boots, and Darnell from janitorial with solvent on his cuffs and a face like a good shovel. A fourth slid in on instinct, Lynn, the late lab tech who always run-walked to make her body language apologize for her overtime. Aisha followed, because letting people ride without her was a decision she refused to own in this building, not tonight. The doors bit the air and sealed them into mirror and steel. The generator hum came up through their feet like a tame earthquake. Lynn leaned back against the stainless panel and let out a breath she tried to make private. Darnell rolled his shoulders and kept his hand on the yellow mop bucket like it was his dog. The courier kid, Malik, Aisha remembered now because he'd winked every time he signed in and because he always tipped the lobby coffee jar even though she knew he couldn't, bounced his knee and checked his dead phone for messages that wouldn't arrive. The corporate woman hit L, and then the door closed button 4 times, because some people need to press a thing until it becomes them. The car started up. The 2 bled to 3. The humming deepened. The mirrors multiplied them into tidy infinity for people, and Aisha repeated down 2 corridors of silver, their shoulders making parentheses for themselves. It should have been boring. It felt like standing in a cage under the ocean. Harper Caldwell, the corporate woman, said to the air, because names make you palpable and therefore less edible. She glanced at Aisha's badge, nodded once, respectful, hurried, as if to say, I know you do the real work here, and then pretended she wasn't afraid. This city's going to pay overtime tomorrow. Tomorrow, Darnell said with a soft laugh that came from habit, not humor. You think we getting there? Remain alone, said the elevator's ceiling speaker in the city's neon smile voice. Do not resist evacuation. Aisha's jaw ticked. Granary be to ops. She tried into her radio anyway, because procedure steadies a hand. The radio responded with a soft blue hiss, like ice cracking on a lake. In the speaker, another voice shouldered in on the line. A woman's voice that did not belong to the building, clipped by effort. If you can hear me, it said, do not match the mirror. Keep your own time. Count. Don't let them separate you. Harper looked at the ceiling as if it had misbehaved. Who is that? Someone with the right enemy, Aisha said. The 12 changed to a symbol the panel couldn't show, a scrambling of segments that made nonsense. The car jutted once, twice. Malik's knee stopped bouncing. What floor are we at? Lynn asked, small and white around the knuckles where her hand closed on her toe. She had a face that tried very hard to be brave for other people. Between, Darnell said, listening with the giddy seriousness of a man who had learned to hear buildings talk. Generators peaking, then starving. Feels like the lines got teeth. The elevator stopped. The lights in the ceiling dimmed to a red that made each of them look guilty. The fan coughed and kept going. In the mirror, their red selves breathed in time. Aisha pressed door open and felt the button give her the correct haptic lie. She pressed the tiny phone icon in the panel, The line clicked, and then her own voice came out of the grill, filtered and wrong. "Aisha," it said, like someone from another room calling her down to dinner. "Not yet. Wait for the corridor." Malik pressed himself flat to the back wall with the feral instinct of the young who have learned to face dogs and cops with equal stillness. "Nope." Harper, tidy as a spreadsheet, looked up at the little weight bar above the panel as if it owed her explanation. The bar was already full red. Next to it, where a maintenance tech would read load. 5. The car was telling a secret too cheerfully. Load. 6. Harper pointed. That's wrong. Lynn counted, like someone hoping the problem was arithmetic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The elevator pinged an agreeable tone. Load. 6 stayed. Sensors confused. Darnell said quickly, kindly. Sometimes the door thinks it's closed when it ain't. They do that, Malik asked, and then snorted at himself. Don't answer that. The fan hiccuped again, and the temperature slid 2 degrees down like a decision. Their breath made soft ghosts in the red air. Aisha noticed it, because noticing is her body's religion. Harper's breath fogged. Darnell's fogged. Lynn's fogged. Malik's, she watched twice to be sure, fogged on the count of 1, 2, 3, 5. On 4, nothing. You cold? Aisha asked him lightly, unsnapping her parka zipper an inch to look casual, to make space for her hand to move if it needed to. I'm fine, Malik said reflexively, the way young men say it to the police and to blood. In the mirror, their 5th repetitions fogged without them. On the count of 5, the 5th car down the repetition corridor breathed when they did not. The mirror Malik's shoulders rose once too late. In the back of the mirror corridor, where perspective should make you comfortable by making things tiny, an extra figure stood with its head tilted, polite and attentive as a concierge. A closed umbrella in one hand, black tie neat, smile scraped so clean of warmth it shone. Aisha did not blink. Everyone look at me, she said. Do not look at the mirror. Count the buttons on my sleeve. 2, Lynn whispered. 4. Good, Aisha said. She pressed the alarm bell. It dutifully made the sound of itself being effective. Above them, something dripped. It was thick enough to have a sound. It was slow enough to be counted. 1 drop, then nothing, then a second that landed somewhere above the inspection hatch with a wet tip. The drops smelled like iron-the-way pennies do when you've been counting them too long. Another hit and slurred down the inside of the hatch seam and painted a dark thread across the panel, skipping the bolts as if they were pebbles in a stream. Lynn made a noise too small to be called a whimper. She shoved the tote under the seam on reflex, as if catching whatever it was would make it less what it was. Okay, Darnell said softly, the word a hand offered for a squeeze, not a solution. Okay. Harper flattened herself toward the panel as if she could press into the building's bureaucracy and be spared. We're not waiting. Aisha toggled the key in the service slot to inspection. The car answered with a quiet refusal. She popped the hidden panel with the edge of a master key and pulled the emergency release for the doors. They gave an inch. Aisha got her fingertips in and made a space that made the muscles in her forearms sing. Cool air from the shaft came in. It tasted like rope, dust, and the city's old stone. Help me, she said, and Darnell was already there with a flat screwdriver from his cart, jamming it like a wedge. Together, they made a gap as wide as her fist. The elevator was between floors. Through the gap, you could see concrete walls stenciled 17 in black that had faded like a bruise, and a sliver of floor above, a strip of hallway shining concealed. The hallway light was on, not white, not yellow, a watery blue that made everything inside it look the way fish look behind glass. Evacuation corridor, said the speaker, perfect and pleased. For your safety, please exit singly, stepping carefully. Do not cluster. Do not pass your reflection. Don't you dare, Aisha said to Harper without looking at her. Harper had already bent her body into the geometry of a person crawling through a birth canal. She froze at Aisha's voice like a teenager caught stealing a car and invented dignity instead. "We don't have time to debate." Aisha kept her eyes on the gap and spoke to the room. "We do not go one by one," she said. "We go as one thing. Hands, sleeves, felt loops, I don't care. Nobody's shadow walks by itself." In the city, the other woman's voice, operations, broken again, clearer in the hard metal box, full of impossible patience. "If you're in an elevator, listen to me. I know you think the weight is wrong. I know one of you thinks you're alone. You aren't. Keep count. If you can feel breath on the back of your neck, say the number you're on out loud. Make it yours." Aisha wanted to say copy into a radio that worked. Instead, she said, "Malik, you're next to me. Darnell, you, and Lynn chain up. Harper, you're last because you were first to move." Harper bristled. It looked good on her. "Excuse me?" "Excused," Aisha said. "Count."
They did.
1, Aisha said, hands in the cold gap, breath steady, because she would refuse to have it otherwise. 2, said Darnell, the syllables shaped like chewing. 3, Lynn whispered, the word so careful it didn't dare echo. 4, Malik said, and Aisha felt his breath close enough to be gratitude. 5, Harper said through her teeth, making it a weapon. Nothing in the mirror spoke. Aisha slid her shoulder into the gap, lifted, and wedged her torso through the slice of elsewhere. The blue light licked her face. The hallway beyond was wrong in a way the eye appreciates before the mind has vocabulary. The runner lay just a hair off-center relative to the baseboards. The exit sign above the fire door at the far end was printed in a font that belonged to a different city's ordinance. The world had been imitated by someone who wanted it to work better. Now, she said. Hands. Darnell fed Lynn forward. Malik braced. Harper hesitated just long enough to insult the problem. Aisha took Lynn's wrist and felt her pulse like a small animal, fast and furious and hauled. She heard her own shoulder say something unpleasant in ligament Latin and kept going. Lynn's head cleared the seam, then one trembling knee, then the second. Lynn rolled onto the hallway carpet and made a sound that wasn't quite a sob and wasn't quite a laugh. Aisha didn't look back. She reached down, caught Malik under the forearm, and felt the fine trembling tuned into the muscles of a person who outruns buses for a living. He came light, graceless with relief. Darnell was next, making himself smaller with a dignity that made Aisha want to hug him and yell at him in the same breath. He pressed his palms to the carpet and kissed it with a sound. Harper came last like she had won that order. The elevator doors flexed inward as if something leaned on them from the other side. The gap tried to breathe shut. Aisha shoved her foot into it, heel against steel, and felt the tremor come up through her bones. Count, she said. Count, count, count. 1. Lynn said, more sure now, eyes on Aisha, not the mirror of the wall sconce that was trying to show them a version of themselves where Harper had already started walking down the hall alone. 2, Malik said, crouched, ready, the kind of ready you use to jump between cars on a train. 3, Darnell said gently, as if lulling a baby. 4, Harper said, and Aisha watched the way her mouth shaped it, memorized the cadence so the hallway couldn't steal it. 5, Aisha said, claiming the number like a lighthouse claims a cliff. Behind her, something in the car above the doors made a soft, moist sound that all of them recognized without wanting to, a thin run of liquid finding a new lip to fall from, then the steady pat of drops on metal. A wet warmth kissed the back of Aisha's neck. She did not flinch. The breath that came with it carried no heat. It was the temperature of an idea. Move, she said, not to the thing, to her people. They crab-walked as a unit down the blue hallway, shins burning, fingers bit into sleeves and belts, and the elastic at the back of a glove. The building had always had a service passage here on 17. Aisha knew because she had brought a lost dog home this way in 2019 during a storm that made the Hudson behave like an insult. But tonight the angles were half a degree wrong, and the fire door at the end wore its hinges on the left instead of the right, as if you had dreamed it and remembered the details with your non-dominant hand. Above, the elevator gave up pretending to help. The door's side closed with the formal politeness of a maitre d' ending a scene. Something inside the car laughed, soft, delighted, unlabored. The way a person laughs alone when a plan lands exactly how they had rehearsed it. The counterweight clanked. The car rose 3 inches and then dropped a foot. It stopped. It was thinking. At the fire door, the push bar gleamed. The little wire glass window showed a stairwell that might have been anyone's. Concrete, numbers. A convex mirror placed by a firm that did everything legally. The convex mirror did what straight mirrors do not. It made you into a smear with a silver eye. In it, Aisha could see them almost how they were. Herself at point, Lynn lightly pressed to her sleeve. Malik's hand wrapped around. Elle's belt loop, Harper's palm under Darnell's elbow, like a courtesy extended and accepted. Almost. 5 seconds behind, the mirror versions began to unhook. Don't, Aisha said to the mirror, because some part of her had a child's superstition about speaking to fairy tale tools. Don't show off. The convex surface flashed, and in that flash the umbrella man stood in the far stairs bend, not in physics, only in the logic of reflection. He inclined his head as if he'd spotted them across a restaurant and had decided to let them have their evening before coming to collect the check. Harper pressed the bar. The door stuck a fraction, then gave. Air moved. It smelled like another building's breath. A sign on the inside of the door said floor 17. In case of emergency, do not use elevators. Someone had stuck a new strip of vinyl below in the city's current tone. In case of evacuation, use elevators. Make up your mind, Malik muttered. Tonight, Darnell said. The building's got 2. On the landing, the stair number had been repainted recent, black and hard. 17 above evacuation route stenciled in perfect municipal. The arrow pointed down to a light the same knot color as the hallway. Beside the arrow, a smaller sign had been bolted crooked. Match your shadow, it said, and below it, in smaller letters like a friend whispering a secret in the back pew, don't let it pass you. We don't match anything, Aisha said. We stay weird. Count, Lynn said, not asking, reminding. And if Aisha hadn't fallen a little in love with her for that studying, she would have then. Count, Aisha agreed. And hold. They turned together, 5 bodies braided into one will, and stepped onto the stairs. Behind them, in the closed car, something heavy thumped softly, as if setting down a burden with care. The elevator's digital weight bar flicked from load. 6 to load. 1 and stayed. The thin line of blood that had slipped from the hatch retreated into the seam, as if inhaled by a living mouth. The car descended 1 smooth meter as if acknowledging a reservation made elsewhere. On the landing below, an old wall-mounted phone began to ring. Not the sound of an elevator phone. This was a house bell, tinny and insistent, the 1978 scream of an appliance that wanted your hand. Aisha didn't turn her head. She saw the shape it made in the convex, heard the impulse in her spine to answer what rings, and put her palm on the cold rail instead. 4, she said softly, because she had lost the number when she tasted iron, and then, out loud with the other 4 voices, 5.
Down.
Chapter 6, Under the Skin. The operations room had been built to make the city look solvable. Tables lined in grid plastic, racks of radios with needle gauges that reassured you by having someplace for the needle to go. Laminated maps with layers you could peel back and pin again like arguments. Rhea stood over the biggest map and watched the lone pulse of light crawl along a corridor that did not exist in any honest atlas, a pale worm burrowing through neighborhoods she knew in her bones. Every few seconds the light paused, the way a deer will pause because it thinks it heard its own thought, and then it inched forward as if persuaded that forward, even into unfamiliar rock, beat not forward by a hair. The handset lay heavy in her palm. She had found the frequency again by feel, not math, an instinct as much as a skill. Inez sat on the edge of the map table with both hands wrapped around a chipped mug that had given up steam an hour ago and still helped. Felix perched on a stool, but down now, hair standing up like he'd just come out of a pool. Jenna and Marcos occupied a single chair, not touching but braced against each other in posture the way climbers rope to the same anchor, misses. Kay had taken the logbook marked Decom and was turning pages with the deliberate gentleness she reserved for hymnals, as if there were a proper speed for reverence. "Ops to anyone who can hear," Rhea said, not raising her voice because she had learned a long time ago that calm travels farther in wires than panic. "Don't match the mirror. Keep your own time. Count out loud if you have to. If a voice tells you to become one, don't. Count on 4. Step on 4. If you have a person, hold a sleeve. This is Rhea Park." She paused because the room had taught her that names were nails, and she did not want to put too many in the same board. "We're still here." The speakers in the walls chuckled. Not a person's laugh, something trying the shape of one. Then the umbrella man's voice put its elbows on the table between them without the dignity of a body and said pleasantly, "For the record, Miss Park, we prefer 9. 4 is untidy." Rhea set the handset down and did not give him the satisfaction of looking for a speaker to glare at. "If 4 bothers you," she said, "I'm going to marry it." "Romantic," the voice approved. "It won't save you from inventory." Felix tapped the table twice, nervous habit, and then deliberately added a 3rd and 4th tap, claiming the number. He glanced at Rhea, seeking assignment the way some kids seek a ball. "What's the play?" "We're going to break their sorting hat," Rhea said. She tugged open a drawer and found a roll of blue painter's tape and a fat permanent marker. She tore 6 strips, wrote on each, and passed them out like visitor stickers. She pressed one to her own throat just above the notch of her collarbone. Rhea/4. Inez. Inez/4. Felix. Felix/4. Jenna. Marcos. Mrs. K. / for across new made name tags like a petty vandalism the city couldn't help but notice. "If anything tries to wear you," she said, "it has to fake this too. And the number keeps us on our beat." "That won't stick to skin long," Mrs. K said, practical as winter. "Sweat. Then we write under it," Rhea said and stripped off the cap. "Arrow to the thumb. Left wrist. If your reflection gets bored and flips you, we'll see it." She drew the arrow on herself, felt the pen buzz a little over her pulse as if grateful to find a living surface, and then drew it on the others. When she reached Marcos, his hands shook so hard she had to hold his wrist steady in her fingers. "Breathe with me," she said quietly.
He did.
On 5, they both exhaled. Inez's eyes were on the wall of monitors. "They're bringing some of them back," she said, voice gone flat with the effort not to let it break. "Look, row 3, far right." The screen showed a city bus stopped at an intersection Rhea had used as a landmark every time she'd met a source who didn't like cameras. The bus door was open to the expensive dark. A woman in a parka stumbled down the steps, hair wild, teeth bared. She looked like she had fought something and won the part of the fight that meant she could leave. A beat later, another woman came down the steps with the same hair, the same parka, the same bite. But when she reached the pavement, she stopped and tilted her head at a sweet angle that wasn't her sweet angle. Her eyes found the first woman's back. That second woman waited out a count of 5, and then she smiled, practicing. "Under the skin," Jenna breathed. It came out like a diagnosis she had given herself in a mirror at 2 a.m. Christ. The room's temperature budged. Rhea felt it the way a migratory bird does. Not a degree you could read on a digital thermostat, a change in pressure. "We can't live here," she said. "We have to move to the repeater. If we can boost the all-call, we give the city a bigger ROM to chew. Inez, pack anything that looks like a battery you recognize. Felix, take photos of the boards. If they wipe them when we open that door, I want their precious lies in our pocket." "And after the repeater?" Marcos asked, his voice like a roof trying to trust its joists after a wind. We get to the street. Rhea looked at the pulsing light on the wall map. It had reached a junction and was deciding which piece of made-up geography to choose. After, she said, "We take it apart, but the message first." The door marked operations opened cleanly because she did not let herself imagine it wouldn't. The hallway beyond wore the knot colors she was learning to loathe, but the floor was level and the exit sign over the far door had the right font again. That was almost worse. They moved as a rope team, Rhea at point, Inez at her shoulder, Felix 5 steps back with the camera, the couple tuned to each other in small flickers but holding the measure, and Mrs. K last, her paper map tucked in sweater and her right hand on the rail. At the first corner, a convex mirror bulged. Their fisheye selves slid around the curve and did as they did. At the second, the mirror lagged a finger's width. Rhea didn't look. "Count," she said. They spoke the numbers like prayer beads. Halfway down the second hall, a maintenance door offered an eye hole where no eye hole should be. The hole was stopped with glass. Behind the glass, something like a pupil slitted and widened as they approached. Rhea put her hand up around the eye hole, cupping it as if to block light for a smaller friend. The pupil opened wider at that intimacy, then narrowed to a pin, then opened again. "No," Rhea said softly, more sad than angry. "Earn it." The stairwell door was new and old at once. New paint laid over a long history of hands. She pressed the panic bar, and the building's bones presented them with a spiral down. On the landing, a house phone tinkled its little bell one polite time. No one reached for it. The convex mirror flashed, and for a bare half-second Rhea saw herself alone. 5 flights below, hand on a rail, the others gone like teeth in a mouth a surgeon had been paid to empty. The flash snapped off like a man switching off a bedside lamp. "Down," Mrs. K said, brisk as a metronome. "Down, down, down." They went. On the 3rd flight, where the paint color changed by half a shade, either a different contractor or a different season, a different smell threaded in, stone and ozone, and that penny-tongue metallic of lived blood. Rhea looked at Inez. "Do you smell?" "Yes," Inez said, going paler and harder at once, which was a trick you learn in ERs and apartments where you show up with a kit and find a kitchen table of questions you can't legally ask. "Keep moving." At the 5th landing, arrows had been taped floor level, neon gaffer in municipal shape. Evacuation route, they said, leading them left, then a right that would have made no sense in the real building. Rhea stepped over the first arrow. The tape jerked, like something under it tugged. It writhed back into the arrow shape with the stubbornness of a snake denied its coil. "Alive," Felix said, strangled giddy. "It's alive." "Leave their breadcrumbs alone," Rhea said. "We brought our own." At the repeater room door, a red key box waited with a half-cruel puzzle of only 2 keys behind glass, each tagged with a number that looked probable. Rhea stared at it. The umbrella man's voice arrived at her shoulder as if he had stepped in too close and meant to frighten her without touching. "Left," he suggested lightly. "We've put a lot of effort into the left." She smashed the glass with the heel of her hand before he could finish being pleased with his sentence, grabbed both keys, tried the right first out of spite, and swore out loud when it fit. Inside, the repeater sat like a crown in a velvet case. Fans whispering, lights in stern rows, patched bays waiting to be told which throat to borrow. Inez moved like she had done this before, even though she had not. There are ways certain kinds of people learn to handle machines as if they were patients. You speak to them even if they can't hear. You name their parts so they can be soothed. You do not call anything if it can be called she. "Okay, sweetheart," Inez murmured to a relay. "I'm going to wake you up and you're going to help me embarrass a very rude man." "It isn't rude," the umbrella man said, projected through the room like a disinfectant spray. "It's efficient." Felix slid into the rolling chair and pulled the hard line into the handset cradle with hands that had suddenly remembered learning knots as a younger person for reasons he had once thought would be romantic. "Miss Park," he said, not looking away from the schematic. Hatch? Hatch, Rhea said, and felt something like hope put a small shoulder under the door. The all-call went out bigger, rounder, fuller, like a bell rung in the right room. The city answered in fragments. Hear you. Closet. I can stay until 3 if I hold still. I don't have anyone to hold. Counting on 4, wife 4, because he hates it. It came on top of itself until it was a chorus made of people who had never met and would not meet and who had decided to do a hard thing the wrong way together because the right way had demanded they stop being people. Understood, Rhea said into the mic, and then, absurdly, copied. Something scratched behind her ear. Not a sound, a touch, light and horrible, as if the building had reached out with a finger thin enough to write on her. A cool breath fogged the tiny hairs at her nape. From the corner of her eye, she saw herself in one of the repeater's polished panels and caught the faintest ripple of a second mouth near her own, opening on a count she had never promised to keep. Don't, Inez said sharply, not looking up, and Rhea realized her hand had started to rise to rub at the sensation. She froze. The urge crawled down her neck like an ant that had found a collar. She breathed out on 4 and felt it falter, confused by timing. On the board, a channel that had been quiet thumped alive and bloomed with a voice Rhea had been fighting all night not to recognize. Bug, her father said, intimately. The nickname came from before the world had decided which room she was allowed to enter. I'm at the footbridge. Everything's wrong. I'm alone. Come get me. She swallowed glass.
Don't answer that, she said.
She meant for the room, and also for the part of her that had been 10 and certain that you answered every time a voice used the name it had for you. We're under the skin now. It knows our passwords. Rhea, Mrs. K said, and pointed not at the speakers, but at Marcos. His /4 sticker had lifted at one corner with sweat. The ink arrow on his wrist pointed toward his thumb stubbornly. He looked as if the air had changed density around him. Sweat stood on his lip like dew on cold grass. You good? Rhea asked. Marcos nodded too fast.
Yeah. Yes.
He stopped. He lifted his left hand halfway, like a child told to show his work. The ink arrow resolutely pointed toward the thumb. His voice arrived a half second after his nod, catching up to a body that had gotten ahead. Jenna, watching him, flinched and bit her knuckle hard enough to make a crescent. Jenna, Rhea said, gently loaded. Ask him something he hates. Jenna did not hesitate. What's the rental company that kept our deposit? Starline, he said automatically. Then, Starlight, a beat later, and looked offended at his own mouth. Star. She made a raw sound and put both hands flat against his chest as if to steady a picture that had slipped in its frame. Marcos, she said, steadying herself against him and on him at the same time. You hate raisins. You call them old grapes that lie. What are you? He blinked. His eyes were human and terrified, and he was there. Bored of this, he tried. Okay, Rhea said, with a nod that blessed him for still being in there. She turned to the room, the city, the man without a body. They don't get to wear us if we don't let them. That's adorable, the umbrella man said mildly. They get to wear you because you leave space. Rhea accepted that as a good line and threw it away. Time to leave this room, she said. We have the all-call. We moved toward that pulse. She stabbed the light on the wall map with a finger, the way her father had used to stab atlases in their kitchen when he planned routes for nights that ended under bridges, and in stories Rhea would not be able to tell anyone at school. The pulse had resumed creeping. It did not look brave. It looked like it understood stubborn. They left the repeater. The stairwell had warmed by a degree you felt on teeth. The house phone on the landing did its single polite ring again, and then rang again, indignant. Pick up. Felix flipped it off with the rude economy of boys. It rang a third time, and then stopped, as if taking notes. They took the next flight down, and the next, counting, chanting sometimes when they needed the shape of sound to keep their breath inside. On 8, A door edged itself open on their left with the prim sensuality of a thing that wanted to be looked at. A nurse's station lay beyond, abandoned, computers asleep, a coffee cup with a lipstick stain wearing a skin of cream so perfect it had become science. A man sat in one of the wheelchairs against the wall with his hands flat on his thighs. His head was tilted like a radio trying to catch a transmission between stations. His eyes had been left human. His mouth had been lent a smile. "Remain alone," he said to the empty room, relishing the way the words let him make different shapes with his lips. Inez took a step in before Rhea could stop her. Rhea put a hand on Inez's sleeve and felt the tremor there have its own life. "We're not equipped," she said, hating the truth. "We'll bring people if we come back with the city." "Understood," Inez whispered, but she left a part of herself sitting in the chair opposite the man to keep him company until they did. They pushed on. At the 12th landing, Felix stopped dead, chest heaving. "Wait," he panted. "My arrow." Rhea grabbed his wrist. The ink pointed toward his thumb as it had. Black. Stubborn. "You're you." She said it like a sacrament. "Tell me a math you love." "Primes that end in 1, he said without thinking. 41 is a prime. 41 squared plus 41 is 1681. Also a prime. No, wait, that's wrong. He made a strangled noise, furious with his mouth. Rhea squeezed his wrist and let him off his own hook. "Human," she said. "Under pressure. Move." They came out 2 floors above the street into a hallway whose window gave a view of Greeley Street with its velvet darkness and its bad jewelry windows. The Riverside building faced them like a false friend. On the 9th floor opposite, Rhea saw a woman with her palm on the glass and thought absurdly, by the shape of her jaw, "You'd like my apartment." The woman had written on her window. The letters looked shaky from here, but the message was large enough to stitch across the dark. On 4 it said, Rhea put her palm to the glass and hoped the signal could be minute and still travel. "Copy," she said, for the second time to no one she could name. The stairwell door to the roof was 3 turns below. They did not need the roof. They needed the street. But the arrow for evacuation route blinked to the roof, as if a mocking friend had gotten the controls. On the landing just above the lobby, the convex mirror had been replaced with a sheet of smoked glass that showed you yourself taller and thinner and better lit than you were. Rhea saw the tape on her throat and the ink on her wrist and the way her mouth had carved itself into a line that made her look like her father in photos. Behind her, in that wrong glass, someone else stood half a step too close to Inez. It was not a body, it was a possibility that had put on a suit for a tour. It exhaled into Inez's hair and watched the way Inez's hands stayed steady anyway. "Stop," Rhea said to it, tired of telling the city no in 100 ways. The thing rotated its head a fraction like a bird, pleased to be spoken to. "We're not inventory," she said, and this time her voice didn't tear. It landed confident. "We're inference." Aisha's voice came like a hand out of the same dark from some other set of stairs. The speaker in the ceiling coughed once, and then a pragmatist's tone filled the landing. "If you're at Granary or anywhere near, this is security. We're moving down in 5s, holding sleeves, ignoring phones. If you're hearing a laugh behind your head, congratulations, you're interesting, keep walking. If you don't know what number you're on, make one up and say it until it's yours." Rhea exhaled something that wasn't a laugh and was a nod. She keyed the handset clipped to a junction box and let Aisha's stubborn reach her. "Ops hears you," she said. "Keep to 4. I've made an enemy." "Love that for us." Aisha's voice returned dry as the bones of the stair. "See you in the mess, Ops." They were a turn above the lobby when the building changed its mind about what it wanted to be. The steps between their feet thinned like butter spun with too much air. The landing beyond grew farther away, the font on lobby shrinking a font size at a time. The umbrella man's voice floated up the well with the patience of a man who always gets the table he wants. "Final offer," he said, as if the room were a contracting party, and he had been very generous. "1 at a time. The first gets the corridor. It's so clean when you let us help." Rhea held her people where they were, a taut rope over a gap, and counted, soft, defiant. 1, 2, 3, 4, and stepped at the exact syllable that made him frown. The stairs solidified under her boot. 4. Mrs. K said with such pleased malice that Rhea almost loved her, and they all took it together, a single creature under a skin they refused to surrender. Through the lobby glass, the street let itself be seen. Down Greeley, a municipal drone drifted, red LED blinking like a heart that would not adjust to new weather. A trashcan fire-stitched shadows together and communities apart. 2 figures at the far corner stood too close in a way that meant survival, not romance, and both of their reflections on a puddle rose out of the puddle 5 seconds after the bodies did. On the last stair, the building exhaled through the vents as if a hand had slid into a glove that had been waiting for it. The umbrella man's voice withdrew politely, the way a maitre d' steps back from a table when he recognizes a wedding toast. In the lobby, a woman in a parka was arguing with a copy of her own mouth. And in the glass of the revolving door, Rhea saw her team doubled and delayed, then caught up, then delayed again, like something under the skin of a city was working its way toward a fit. 4, she said, savage, fond, exhausted, alive, and pushed. Chapter 7, The Fire Escape. Rin always locked the till to the rhythm of a song. Tonight it was the old 4-beat he and Tamsin used when the crowd got me tap, 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 hold, because muscle memory can steer a ship after the captain's gone. The spindle had gone camel it an hour into the blackout and gotten beautiful in the way people do when you take away their mirrors. Everyone watched one another just enough to keep from drowning. Rin poured warm beer and counted bills by feel and kept the bouncer talking so the bouncer didn't try to fix anything with his hands. By 1:40 a.m., the municipal drone that usually bullied smokers off the stoop had drifted down 9th like a patron saint of rules, red LED beating a civic pulse. For your safety, remain alone. Evacuation corridors will appear. When it said alone, the regulars laughed the laugh of people who have always been told to do that. Then the laugh thinned. Then it stopped. Run texted Tamsin twice. You good? Stay put. The little bubble breathed, then died. He pictured her feet on the radiator and the way she tilted her head when she read, as if words arrived from one side and she wanted to greet them properly. He pictured the chain on the door. He pictured the hallway that has been 15 steps their whole life. The radio under the bar, half ornament, half relic that only lit up during storms, woke with a soft pop. A woman's voice not from the city, but for it, pushed through on a frayed wire. If you can hear me, she said, sweet iron in her tone, do not match the mirror. Keep your own time. Count out loud if you have to. Step on 4. She said Rhea Park like a byline, and then said we're still here like a prayer. Ren's eyes met Hannah's, the bouncer's, over the bar. Close, he said, and heard how the word wanted him to choose it. They moved together, Hannah to the door with her shoulders like a wall. Ren to the dead POS, then to the drawer under the sink where he kept his one stupid talisman, a brass bottle opener he'd bought at a flea market because its curve fit his thumb like an old debt. He slid it into his back pocket like it could argue with the city. I'll walk you, Hannah said, as if girls were the only ones you escorted. Solo travelers prioritized, the drone said from the doorway, helpful as a threat. We violate bad rules, Ren said, already moving. It's in the mission statement. They made it to the corner together, hunched against a wind that had learned to slither through stone. At 9th and Greeley, a cluster had formed the way clusters do, around a barrel with fire in it and 4 faces learning how to be a village. The drone hovered and spoke with what it thought was kindness. For your safety, please disperse. The fire looked like an argument you could warm your hands at. Go back, Hannah said once more, because ritual keeps the worst gods quiet. Make her wait. I promised, Rin said, on 4. He cut east on Greeley. The blackout had turned the riverside into a jewelry box. Each lit window was a stolen ring. His own building, the honest 9-story with the unwilling radiators, sighed hot breath into the cold. The lobby door stood ajar on a wedge of blue knot light, the kind you get from screens or aquariums. The hallway beyond looked longer than any hallway gets in a reasonable world. The exit sign at the far end had gone delicate, letters too small, as if perspective had been fed sugar and kept growing. Rin didn't try the lobby. He turned into the alley between buildings, where the city stores its leftover air and men practice being brave. The fire escape hung there like a promise with bolts. The ladder was ratcheted up out of reach. He jumped. The metal shuddered and retreated the way a horse does when a hand it doesn't trust reaches for its face. Count, he told himself, because the radio woman had said it like she meant to scold the dark.
1, 2,
3. On 4 he jumped again and grabbed the ladder with both hands, and the brass opener bit his palm, and the ladder gave an inch, then 2. On 5 the ladder tried to go back up, as if some invisible concierge had snatched the string. Ren hung and swore, and used his whole body the way you use a crowbar, which is to say you become it. On 4 of the next breath he yanked, and the ladder surrendered, rattling down with a delicious mechanical sigh that sounded like a throat learning how to sing. He climbed. The cold metal printed his skin through his denim. The alley's brick walls gave back the sound of his moving like he had brought a second, worse Ren with him. The windows at each landing gave a version of indoors. Living rooms paused mid-life. Kitchens with their mouths open. An old man asleep in a chair in an apartment that had been empty for months. On the 3rd floor, a television sat dead and reflected a scene it couldn't show. Someone standing behind Ren, patient, umbrellas closed mouth resting on the rung, smile like a line drawn by a ruler. Not inventory, Ren said to the reflection, because he liked the way the phrase felt like it came with boots. On the 4th floor landing, he paused because on 4 had been promised a kind of grace. The landing trembled and then steadied under his feet, as if the building and he had struck a truce on the number. When he put his hand on the rail, it was warmer than the air, like skin. A window slid up, for floors above, with no hand on it. The sheer inside breathed. Ren caught the movement and looked up. On the 9th floor across the alley, a woman he did not know sat on her sill with her palm on the glass and a candle pouring patient gold onto her jaw. She turned her head toward him after he had already turned toward her. 5 seconds, easy. And smiled with polite affection, the kind you put on for a child who has managed to stand for the first time. Not her, he told his chest.
Mean it.
He climbed again, counting aloud now, not because he couldn't track it in his head, but because the air needed to hear him plainly.
1, 2,
3, 4. The platform under his boots agreed. 5. The next rung went slick as a tongue. 6, 7. His breath outpaced the number.
8.
His fingers burned. On the 6th landing, the world offered him a shortcut. The scissor fold of the fire escape bent the wrong way, making a gentle ramp up to a window open just enough to invite. Behind that window, the light wasn't light, but the memory of it. You could taste the warmth you'd be given. He looked at the sill and saw the give in the paint where 100 hands had palmed it up and down. He looked at the floor beyond and saw the runner laid off-center, the way a person who didn't grow up in buildings lays runners. He went past. The fire escape didn't like that. It shook, small, disgusted, and reminded him he was heavy. The brass opener in his pocket dug into his hip like an unkind friend. On the rung below, something set down one foot, politely, and then the other, patient with his choices. Alone, said the city's voice above him in its drone lullaby. Alone, alone, alone. The word found the old place in his back where leaving home had pulled something tight. Alone. He climbed faster and counted in the rhythm he and Tamsin used to find each other in a crowd. 1, 2, 3, 4 with a flourish. On for the metal under him stopped sulking and did its job. He reached the 8th floor and met himself coming down. Not in the physics, in the 5 second. In the corner of the window, he saw his own body reflected, small and tired with the kind of tired that eats wit for breakfast, put up against nothing, mouth a determined line. The reflected run reached for the next rung 5 counts later, like a man following choreography from another room. The temptation to wait, to let the echo catch up and then pass, rose like a swell on a lake when the wind shifts. The rules tasted like they would reward you for it, the way some games do. You pause, you let it overtake, you get a prize. A voice cut the thought as if it carried shears. Do not pass your reflection. Not a drone. Not the false mother in the ceiling. A woman with paper in her throat and gravel under the paper. Ops. 1 shadow per person. If it's wearing your shoes and lagging, make it eat your pace. Ren flipped the bottle opener out of his pocket and hooked it over the rung above him like a tiny grappling anchor, because the mind likes theater when it's tired. You hear that? He told the echo calmly, like telling a dog about a new rule. My beat. He took the next 4 rungs at a speed that would have embarrassed him yesterday. The reflection tried to match and failed with the smallest, most human jerkiness. On 4 it found him again, scowling. He smiled up at it with all the teeth God had let him keep. Good, he said. Stay mad. Greeley's air tasted like pennies and fog. On the 9th landing, the brass numerals on the window frame read 9 and 9 again, one stamped by a hand that knew the building, one stamped by a hand that had read about buildings in a book. Between the 2 windows hung a ladder to the roof, a black iron tongue with frost on it. The left hand 9 showed his own apartment dim behind its sheer, the terrarium a brass crown on the sill, the radiator a faithful hunk of beast. The right hand 9 showed the same room with the same terrarium and a candle that burned the wrong color, blue at the edges. Run rapped the code on the left pane, 2211, knuckles smarting. The glass answered with a different truth. 3, then 2, then the pause a show-off ads so you will notice they're not following, then 1. His stomach went cold. His breath turned to an idea. He knocked the code again and whispered, on 4. Across the alley, at the street side, the municipal drone hung and watched with the blank hunger of a fish. Its speaker loosed a cheerful line. Evacuation corridor at roof level.
Solo travelers prioritized.
Count, the ops voice insisted, a long way off and in his ear at once. If they mimic your knock, change the rhythm. Don't let them lead. Run did the most impolite thing he could think of. He knocked 4 times out of time. 1 too long, for the rhythm he and Tamsin used when they couldn't see each other and wanted to scream a little, but chose not to. He put his forehead against the glass the way men in the movies do right before they stop doing the right thing. Tam, he said to the radiator and the terrarium and the air, behind the left-hand sheer movement. Not the patient, tolerant smile he'd begun to hate when he passed the Riverside building. Not the 5-second echo of his own offer. A hand appeared, left hand, ink smeared along the wrist like someone had written a thing there, and sweat had edited it, palm to the pane, firm. The words on 4 ghosted backward on the glass in dry erase. He could see them because he was looking for them. He could not have seen them if he had been tired in some other way. On the right-hand side, immediately, the shear moved too, eager. A hand came up palm out in perfect shape, and the arrow inked on its wrist. Why arrow? He didn't know. He hadn't been in that chapter. Pointed toward the pinky. He swore and almost laughed at the same time. Bless you, whoever you are, he said to the air. He slid the bottle opener between sash and frame like a thief who has at last forgiven himself the word. Waited, counted out loud. 1, 2, 3, and on 4 he cried. The paint complained with deep groans that sounded like an old man waking. The window rose an inch and stopped as if something heavy sat on the frame. On the landing below, something set its weight on the rung and waited him out with the patience of a machine paid by the hour. Tamsin, he said, forehead on the cool, mouth near the crack, on 4. Her voice poured through the slit like steam. On 4, she said, shaky and stubborn and alive. Behind her the hallway made its long quiet sound like a tide moving the wrong way. Do not turn around. He did not. He had learned something tonight about the beast that wants to make you obey your neck. He counted again. 1, 2, 3, and on 4 he shoved the window higher with both hands, and the frame bit his skin, and the fire escape shivered like it was laughing, and the thing on the rung below moved for the first time with intent. It reached between the rails for his ankle on 5 exactly, polite, on schedule, as if it had RSVP'd to this moment weeks ago. Ren had left himself one gift, the brass opener hooked on the rung above. He tore it free and brought it down like a priest with convictions. It hit the reaching knot hand with the flat, ringing sound of metal on plan. The knot hand recoiled as if embarrassed. The frame rose to his knees. "Move," Tamsin said, the word small with air and huge with the bossiness he had fallen in love with long before he admitted it. On 4.
He did.
He went through the window on 4 like the room had been designed in his exact shape, and as he folded himself in, the fire escape peeled back from the wall the way tape does when it has been waiting for you to commit. The rung he had stood on curled away with a slow grace that made his teeth ache. It took the imitation 9 with it, ripped the brass number off the wrong window, and carried it into the dark like a prize. In the sudden silence, the radiator clanked like a joke told too loud. Tamsin dragged the window down to her hip and slammed the latch. They did not touch immediately because rules had been written on their bodies, but they stood in the small room the way people do who have learned to live in storms, facing out, shoulder to shoulder, counting with their breath. In the alley, something laughed with taste, the way a diner laughs when the dish arrives exactly as ordered. The laugh moved across brick, and then up, considerate, to the roof. Rin stared at the words on the glass backward, roof and O, and realized he was grinning because defiance lives in stupid places. He looked down. Ink smeared along Tamsin's wrist in the shape of an arrow pointing toward her thumb. "Who told you that trick?" he asked, gesture at the arrow. "A voice on a wire," she said. "Ops. A woman who sounds like she reads maps to sleep." "Rhea," he said, tasting the name like a debt they might pay. The intercom in the wall coughed. Evacuation corridor on roof level cooed the city in its good coat. Rin didn't move. Tamsin didn't blink. 4, they said together, and nowhere the umbrella tapped once, politely, on painted metal, the sound of a reservation confirmed. Chapter 8. Through the glass. The lobby's glass had learned how to lie. It held the street outside like a photograph that breathed, trash fire knitting strangers into a temporary tribe, municipal drone hovering with a tired parishioner's patience, the riverside's lit teeth across Greeley, and it held the lobby inside, too, but the timings disagreed. Rhea leaned into the revolving door and watched their reflection hesitate. The pane showed 6 survivors 5 seconds late, and in that sliver of misaligned world, she saw futures trying themselves on like coats. In one pane, Mrs. K slipped on the marble and did not get up. In another, Marcos let go of Jenna's sleeve and was counted by something that loved numbers more than names. In the third, Rhea lifted a hand she hadn't lifted yet and touched the glass, palm to palm with her late self. The door pressed back against her shoulder with the delicate insistence of etiquette. "After you," said the city, and meant one at a time. 4, Rhea said softly, half to her people, half to the glass, and shouldered through on her number. The timing slipped. The door lost its courtesy for a beat and let them out. The night bit clean. Cold that had learned the pipe's vocabulary slipped between fabric and skin. Across the street, the drone blinked its red LED like a metronome for a song no one wanted. "For your safety, please remain alone." The words had worn grooves in the air. People heard them and briefly arranged their bodies into compliance before the older, better rule asserted itself, the one that had built cities, together or not at all. A bank of security monitors glowed on the lobby desk to their right, 20 panes of the city learning new tricks. Rhea's legs moved her before thought could. She went to the screens like a moth to sacrilege. The feeds were wrong in ways she understood now. None of them were live. They were shyly ahead. A plaza she knew flashed in one frame, empty. 5 seconds later, Two men crossed it, wary, scanning. In a corner grocery, a clerk lifted a bat she hadn't reached for yet. A stairwell. Maybe their stairwell, maybe everyone's, held a woman's shadow on a landing where no woman had stepped. "Don't watch," Jenna whispered, as if seeing the future had a price like a lake you have to pay with your breath. "We watched to break it," Rhea said, and forced herself to look for the seams. The feeds had timestamps in the corner that pretended to precision. She watched the frames where the future met the present and discovered a rhythm she hated. 5-second lag to the bodies, 5-second lead to the glass. If you obeyed the frame, you matched. If you matched, you were inventory. On one of the feeds, Granary Tower, she thought an elevator door opened and 5 people slid out in a chain. Big-shouldered woman at point, a lab tech with brave hands, a janitor with a good man's face, a courier kid, a corporate woman biting her fear until it bled. They moved like a single patient creature, counting. Rhea's ribs found room for a breath she hadn't realized she'd been withholding. Security, the point woman said into a dead radio that wasn't dead in the way most things are. It listened without answering like a stubborn father. Aisha Karim, if you're hearing this, keep sleeves in hands. If the corridor invites you alone, send it to hell. Aisha, Rhea said under her breath, because naming turns strangers into kin. She palmed the lobby desk mic and shoved the repeaters all call through the building's bones. Ops to security. I hear you. West on Greeley to the annex. We take the glass house apart and make it choke on its own pictures. Copy. Aisha's voice came back, like a lighthouse sees another in the same storm. We'll bring our bad manners. The drone heard them coordinating and dipped lower, pleased to be noticed. Evacuation corridor available on roof level. Someone in the cluster by the trash fire threw a bottle that whiffed its target by a gentle inch. The drone watched the bottle miss before it missed. On a monitor 2 panes left, the same bottle landed true and burst into a mean little flame that did not exist yet. Through the glass, Inez murmured, hugging her lunchbox like a talisman, eyes on the clotted wall of screens. It's teaching us how to behave. Then we'll be rude, Rhea said. They stepped into Greeley with the careful arrogance of a crossing guard who knows the cars have to stop. The dark had collected in doorways like old debt. The windows in the riverside watched as if the building had discovered it loved plays. Somewhere behind the facades, the umbrella man tapped something that sounded like a table reservation card against a host stand. The crisp, satisfied TCH of a plan going well. Count, Rhea said. They spoke the numbers together as they moved. 1, 2, 3, 4, the pace that had angered the enemy and soothed their bones. At the corner, a traffic camera turned on its mount and scented the air for them. The feed on a pole-mounted screen 5 yards ahead froze, blank street, then showed them entering the frame, already 5 seconds from now, already subject to correction. In the feed, Inez stumbled on a curb that hadn't broken yet. In the feed, Felix looked up when he shouldn't have and caught the camera's eye and lost half a step to its attention. Felix's hand twitched toward the predicted flinch. "Don't you dare," Mrs. K said, voice bright as slapping a hand off a stove. "Don't let them make you clumsy."
He didn't.
He walked through his own prediction and came out the other side with a grin so brief and feral it made him a year younger. On for they cleared the camera's domain. The feed sulked, then pivoted to find fresh prey. The Civic Observation Annex lived in a glass house the city had built when money still believed it was pure. Floor-to-ceiling panes, lobby like a gallery, a bank of turnstiles that had learned to forgive badge readers in storms. Tonight, the annex had gone aquamarine with generator light. Drones roost on the facade like dragonflies waiting for a new puddle. Inside, a video wall 40 feet long stitched the city into 1,000 moving tiles, extant, immediate, and all 5 seconds wrong. Aisha met them at the revolving door, with her people chained like proteins. They took each other in with the gratitude armies feel when another regiment appears out of fog. Darnell's shoulders sagged a centimeter at the sight of older faces. Lynn's white knuckles went pink. Malik's breath came back as a ghost in the cold.
Ops.
Aisha asked, eyebrows up like a weapon cocked. Rhea said, and for the first time in hours let someone else's confidence touch her like a coat. We break their glass. Praise be, Aisha said, and let a half-smile flicker in defiance of the idea that this night could strip such things. The annex doors opened too easily. The vestibule mirrors showed them twice, now and 5 seconds from now. Each group spying on their own future with a helpless fascination you feel for news about your town. A municipal placard smiled in the lobby. Public Safety Observation Center in a font that trusted itself. Someone had taped an emergency strip beneath it in the city's pleasant voice. In case of evacuation, match your reflection. Do not pass it. 1 per corridor. Yeah, Malik muttered. Eat me. On 4, Darnell said, and the kid's mouth tilted. They moved into the glass house like thieves, like saints, like the Rube. The video wall saw them and multiplied them. Every pane found a version of their mistake and rehearsed it. Inez taking her hand off Rhea's sleeve to wipe her eyes, Jenna reaching for Marcos reaching back with the wrong hand, Mrs. K lagging a pace on a landing because she'd said 17 to herself and thought of an older stare. The wall pleased itself with the possibilities it offered. The far rightmost tiles, municipal traffic feeds, began to show crimes in progress 5 seconds before hands reached for wallets. 5 seconds before a boy with the wrong friends laughed to show he wasn't afraid. 5 seconds before a woman who had held the rule, do not drop the baby her whole life, forgot it for a blink that turned into a pageant of remorse. Don't look, Lynn said, voice shaking at the edges. Please don't. We're looking so we can choose, Rhea said, and repeated the word like a metronome. Choose. The wall offered them a demonstration to break their doctrine. A live tile 4 rows up, 6 in from the left, dragged Rhea's eye because the frame held a hallway she knew. The outside hallway of the 9th floor walk-up across Greeley, the one with the serial exit sign that had learned to move. In the tile, a door opened. A woman with a messy ponytail leaned out with her palm pressed to the jamb. A man on the fire escape pried at the window with something brass that flashed. On 4, the woman mouthed. In the tile, they failed it. Rhea watched the brass slip. She watched the man choose 5 because his body wanted after. She watched a hand that wasn't a hand find his ankle. No, Rhea said to the tile, to the wall, to the city. She dropped her shoulder like a hitter resolving to swing and strode along the bottom row of screens, stripping off blue painter's tape as she went. She handed strips to anyone with a free palm. We blind the present. For beats blind. 1 beat open. Keep their cameras starved. You sure? Aisha asked, already moving, already turning instruction into choreography. No, Rhea said, but I am certain they like it when we look. They taped lenses on 1, 2, 3, 4, held still, ripped on 5, taped different 1, 2, 3, 4, forced the wall to eat frames it had no appetite for. Felix split it ahead with a fat marker and slashed 4 in the corner of every darkened tile like a graffiti kid who had finally found a cause worth the trouble. Darnell found the feed room sign by magnetism and shouldered through with a delighted grunt. Come on, he said. Let's unplug some line. Inside the feed room, a ring of servers purred like domesticated beasts. A panel labeled Anticipatory Mode glowed a dishonest green. Beneath it, a sign posted a policy. Predictive PRE role enabled for public safety during evac events. Someone had added a smiley face in ballpoint that made Rhea's molars ache. Aisha wedged her shoulder under the cabinet lip and heaved. Darnell pulled a breaker like a magician pulls scarves. Lynn found a cable-labeled projection and yanked it with a tiny, furious sounds a gentle person makes when she has been asked to be gentle too long. The wall outside hiccuped, then sulked to a stop on a mosaic of nonsense. The city dropped out of its own vision, like a man waking from a dream he had paid for. The building did not like being struck. The lights twice dimmed to the red that made everyone look guilty, then surged back in aquamarine. The drone outside the glass bumped against the pane with insect impatience, and then rose and went to whisper to another pane. Somewhere in the annex, a polite bell rang as a door opened on a corridor that wanted to be used. The umbrella man's voice chose a vent near Rhea's left ear and leaned in conversationally. "You will make this violent," he said, the way a maitre d' tells you the kitchen is quite busy. "We built a very civil tool. It tells people what to do in a voice they trust. It promises they'll be first in line if they behave. You would prefer a riot. I prefer a city," Rhea said, ripping tape with her teeth. "Why do you hate 4? "It's a hole you can climb through," he said lightly, and let his attention wander to another conversation in another building with an equal and opposite charm. A bank of smaller monitors along the feed room's inner wall came alive of their own rudeness. They weren't connected to the annex. They had found a different throat. On them, the city kept telling itself versions of the same story. A man alone in a car on a bridge, waiting for the evacuation corridor that had been promised to show as a light. A nurse in a stairwell, counting out loud to keep her hands from shaking. A security team in an elevator shedding its weight number like a confession. In one tile, a tiny 9th-floor apartment leaned into existence. Radiator beast clinking, terrarium crown glinting, Tamsin's left wrist inked with an arrow, Wren's laugh catching on stubborn. On 4, Tamsin's mouth shaped. On 4, Wren's did. "Do you know them?" Inez asked, soft with the kind of fondness fear permits. "Family of the storm." "No," Rhea said, yes in her throat. On the annex floor, the turnstiles unlocked with prim ceremony. "Evacuation corridor now available," sang the placard above them. The wall, starved of its pre-rolled trick, switched to a new cruelty. It began running footage from before tonight, from the comfortable, stupid days when cameras were just cameras. A time-lapse of the annex lobby at noon. Tour groups, bored guards, a boy dropping his ice cream and learning a new emotion. The wall offered this in place of prophecy, like a parent distracting a child from a gash with a magic trick. It almost worked. Everyone in the room was so tired of fear that a laugh rose and died on a few mouths without permission. "We're moving," Aisha said, pragmatic as weather. "Ups, where to? We can't hold this building. If we break it, it will start again." Rhea put a finger on the city in her head and found the next place that needed to have its glass broken. The public safety hub by City Hall, the one with the big map and the ugly fountain where she had eaten sad salads and once kissed someone she didn't miss. "Plaza," she said. "We pull the plug in the heart and make the drones deaf." "Copy," Aisha said. "We'll make a mess." They coiled themselves into a single animal again and pushed through the annex. The revolving doors tried their polite trick. The glass showed future stumbles with a thirst that offended Rhea like bad reporting. On for they went anyway and came out into a night that had gotten teeth while they were busy. Sirens without cars skated along facades. The riverside's windows blinked in coordinated patterns like a sea creature advertising its poison. The drone above the glass house drifted sideways to keep them centered in its red eye and then shuddered, uncertainty creeping into its circuits like a rumor. They took really west. The cameras along the block turned to follow and discovered they had been taught how to pout. Their lenses fogged from the inside when they realized the wall was no longer deifying them. In a bodega doorway, a television that had been playing old cartoons all week because the clerk had never found the remote switched to a grainy live feed that was not live. Rhea's team paused in front of the bodega 5 seconds from now. In the feed, a man stepped out from behind the ATM and offered help in the voice people use when they learn kindness from commercials. In the feed, Rhea turned her head to hear him. In the feed, the umbrella man's outline in the glass behind them elongated, like a door left ajar into someplace bright.
"Keep walking," Rhea said.
"If the future wants to catch us, it can run." By the time they reached the plaza, the city had contradicted itself so often it had begun to stutter. Remain alone came from speakers no one had installed. Together was the word people's bodies kept choosing anyway. The fountain sailor pointed toward nothing and meant there. Drones pivoted in a little congress, red LEDs speeding different beats. The public safety building's glass facade had done its best to learn mercy. It failed. The lobby's video wall used to be a donor list. Tonight, it was the ocean of eyes Rhea had come to hate. Inside, the same placard smiled. Public Safety Operations. Beneath it, the city had taped predictive PRE roll enabled and a line-drawn heart, as if it were Valentine's Day and everyone had agreed to pretend they liked this. "Lynn," Aisha said, "you've got the nimble hands. Darnell, find me something that trips breakers without tripping us." She looked to Rhea and raised an eyebrow like a question that deserved a better world.
Ops.
"Count," Rhea said. "On 4, we ruin the future." They stepped through the doors, and the wall rolled its seduction across their faces like a tide. The feeds swelled with their imminence. In one tile, a woman in a parka watched her own smile practice itself. In another, a boy tapped 4 and then 5 and then 4 again until the camera got bored. In a third, the umbrella man arced into frame with a steady, delighted stride of a host finally seating the last table. He raised the closed umbrella and inclined it as if it were a hat. "Miss Park," he said through the glass, not bothering with the speaker. The wall knew him. It corrected for him. There was no lag on his mouth. Time to unpair. "4," Rhea said, not an answer to his sentence, so much as an answer to his existence. She lifted her hand and pressed her palm to the glass where his face would have been if the wall respected physics. The pane bowed a fraction, soft as skin. Everywhere else on the wall, people 5 seconds from now touched their 5 seconds ago selves and matched. Here, the glass pushed back. Behind her, the team moved. Darnell with the breaker like a conjurer, Lynn with a cable in her teeth, Aisha with her shoulder and her laugh, Jenna and Marcos stubbornly a single equation, Inez with hands that remembered how to wake machines and put them to good use. Felix slashed 4 in the corner of a tile where his own reflection had written 5 and made the numbers fight. The wall flickered. The feeds went first to snow, then to memory, then to dark. The drones outside pitched and corrected like birds in bad wind, and then rose, puzzled, already looking for a heaven that would take their calls. In the black mirror of the wall, Rhea saw only them. 6 people in bad light, hair gone end of world, eyes gravy thick with resolve. For a beat, the city held still. Then every pane lit at once with a single picture. A room with a map lit by a lone pulse like a lighthouse. The all-call console glowed. The handset lay in its cradle like a sleeping animal. A caption in municipal font traced across the bottom of every tile. Final message. The umbrella man's voice took a breath he did not need. "There," he said. "We would like you to see how you end." On every screen, Rhea lifted the handset. On every screen, a shape without edges stood behind her and put its mouth to her ear and taught her how to speak her own voice as a threat. On every screen, the lights went out in the map room. The pulse winked. The city went down. "On 4, Felix whispered, the words tight with fear and ceremony. Rhea watched her 5 seconds ahead self reach for the phone. She didn't change it. She didn't refuse the picture. She didn't match it either. On 1, she breathed. On 2, she placed her palm on the glass where the caption crawled. On 3, she smiled with a particular kind of malice. On 4, she turned away from the wall completely and looked at her people instead. "I'm going to the map," she said. "Not to end. To be loud." A drone outside threw its red eye against the pane as if it could forbid that kind of sentence. In the wall's black skin, the umbrella man tilted his head and did not smile. "You are very rude," he said, which was the closest thing to respect he had in his pocket. "Count," Rhea said, and they did, and together they walked past their deaths in the glass toward a room that wanted to be the future and a city that insisted on being alive. Chapter 9, The Broken City. The city decided it would be easier to move the streets than to move the people. Rhea felt it first in the soles of her boots, a slow, lateral drag, as if the pavement had remembered the river that once ran under it and wished to be water again. The public safety lobby trembled, not like a building in danger, but like a table being adjusted by a maitre d' who'd grown tired of wobble. Outside, Greeley Street lengthened by a car and a half, then shortened by a door's width, and the cameras that had learned to pout turned their heads to pretend this was how maps had always been. "Count," she said, and the word felt ceremonial now, an oath, a hand laid flat to swear.
1, 2,
3, 4. They stepped as one creature through the annex doors and into cold that tasted of iron filings and wet glass. The plaza ahead had been simple earlier. Fountain, benches, the sailor's bronze finger pointing toward an agreed-upon way. Now the finger pointed to a street that had slid a block east and taken its name with it. The benches had been rearranged into a quiet maze no one admitted making, and the fountain had flattened itself into a glossy plate where faces rose a beat late and smiled with more patience than the bodies above them. "We go straight," Aisha said, practical as a wrench. "If straight moves, we follow the count, not the furniture." Drones gathered overhead in a shy constellation, red LEDs blinking on different beats like the city's heart had learned to syncopate and then refused. "For your safety, please remain alone," they intoned, but even the recorded politeness had developed a burr, as if their speakers had been tuned by a tired hand. A few hovered at an angle, correcting for winds that had not yet arrived, watching the streets shift a breath before the asphalt did. Rhea took the lead and let the plaza's new geometry slide under her. The video walls behind them went black with sulk, starved of their favorite trick. They could only reflect the living. Aisha's shoulder set like a brace, Darnell's jaw gentled by work he understood, Lynn with a cable loop at her hip like a lasso, Malik's eyes too bright, Inez clamping her lunchbox like a relic, Jenna and Marcos holding the same pace like a promise, Mrs. K counting so softly it sounded like knitting. A siren without a car skimmed along the river of glass that used to be the fountain's surface. It threw no light on them. It cast no color. It only suggested that help existed somewhere nearby, if only you would turn and wait exactly where your reflection told you to wait. Not inventory, Rhea told the plaza, because naming a thing wrong in front of itself could wound it. Interference. A street sign at the corner spun once around its pole and stopped with Lockview where Garrity should have been. Rhea reached up and steadied it with one forefinger. It vibrated like a cheap harp and printed a faint bruise on her skin. In the glass of a bus shelter, she saw the umbrella man across the street without the benefit of a body. Just the suggestion of silhouette, the courteous tilt of a head, the umbrella's closed length like a polite threat. He lifted it an inch. 5 seconds later, in the shelter's glass, he lifted it again. "You're wearing out the joke," Rhea said aloud. "Practice makes perfect," he answered from the air, and the new city under their feet smirked in the way a card trick does when you pretend not to admire it. They crossed the plaza as if a conductor had cued them. On 4, they slid past a trashcan fire that had learned how to burn blue at its edges. On 4, they stepped between two benches that had edged into each other like shy dancers. On 4, they cut across a crosswalk that had stretched its own white stripes like taffy, inviting them to step longer than human legs want to. Half a block north, Run and Tamsin found the city's appetite in the small ways that make a person generous or afraid. Their hallway had taught them distance could be groomed like hair. Now the exterior stairs taught them the opposite. The world wanted to collapse around them into satisfactions that were not theirs. The 9th floor landing presented 2 doors where there had always been one. Both carried their apartment number. Both smelled like basil and paint and the long patience of radiators. Behind the left, a murmur of pipes Rin could recognize in a dark bar. Behind the right, the hush of a room holding its breath. The arrow on Tamsin's left wrist pointed toward her thumb. In the right-hand door's fanlight, A reflection put the arrow on the pinky and waited to be chosen. "Count," Tamsin whispered, eyes on the left-hand door because looking at the right felt like an apology she had not agreed to give.
1, 2.
3, 4. On for they ran, past both doors, past the habit of home, down the stairs in sync with the city that now changed the riser's heights between steps. On the second landing, a convex mirror bulged like a silver pupil and showed them a future where they had turned into the wrong door and been welcomed with a silent sincerity. On the third, the mirror matched them exactly and hoped to be trusted. They gave it nothing but the number. The building's breath followed them, hungry and amused. "Where?" Ren asked, breath burning. "Tell me a place a liar would hate." "The loudest room," Tamsin said, because the voice on the wire had taught her to choose toward noise. "City Hall. The map." "The map," he agreed, loving her again for translating terror into a noun. They burst into Greeley and found the night blinking like a faulty marquee. The riverside presented duplicate versions of the same window. In one, a woman waved 5 seconds late. In another, the same woman shut her curtains and became rumor. They crossed under a drone that drifted down to smell their names and then rose, confused by the lack of obedience. Rin flipped it off, because sometimes disrespect is the most faithful prayer. Back on the plaza, Rhea's group reached the street edge where the city had put down a new trick. The asphalt curved in a gentle smile where it had once been a right angle, offering a path that would carry a single body quickly and 2 bodies awkwardly, and a group nowhere at all. Evacuation route glowed 2 inches tall on the surface, printed in the municipal font, every letter perfect. The letters slid ahead of them as they walked, staying just out of step, promising a corridor that opened if, and only if, you came alone. "Count," Rhea said. "On 4, we step on the ugly bit." "What ugly bit?"
Felix asked, honest.
"The crack," Mrs. K said briskly, "where the city forgot to lie neat. There it was, the seam between poured asphalt and poured ambition. A line not quite true." On 4, all their feet found it, and the route tech slowed, like a host who has been ignored for the first time in a long career and must decide whether to sulk or flirt harder. The umbrella man laughed with taste somewhere near Rhea's left shoulder. "You'll make this riotous," he said, tone the faintest reprimand. "We kept order. We kept time." "You kept score," Rhea said, and then, because the city had started to posture like a stage starving for actors, she did the impolite thing and walked straight through a velvet rope of drone light with her head up and her hand out for the next human. The city objected. It did it with style. Street lamps along the block began to blink in sequence. 1, 2, 3, 5. A metronome that coaxed hips and feet into a rhythm that had taken thousands of bodies away already tonight. The storefronts behind their glass performed a little theater of compliance. Mannequins posed alone, couples separating to opposite sides of tables, a chalkboard in a cafe window absorbing the word together and sweating out later instead. Across street to their left, where Rhea had once picked up a cop she trusted for coffee and shame, ended in a cul-de-sac that had not existed at dinner, and a row house's stoop yawned into a double set of steps that both claimed to be the one that would take you to salvation. "Don't look," Inez told the theater. "Count. 1, the group breathed.
2,
3, 4. They reached the fountain. The sailor's bronze finger now jabbed at a freestanding wall of LCDs the city had installed in spring to show civic art. Tonight the panels showed the same new warning in a design intern's tasteful palette. In case of evacuation, match your shadow. Do not pass it. The panels drifted 5 seconds ahead of the crowd, seeding the behavior they wanted to harvest. When the message reached Rhea's line, she lifted both hands without touching and the panels skittered to static like a guilty dog. "Ops," Aisha asked, voice low, not for secrecy, but to address the part of fear that lives in throats. "You still set on the map?" "Set," Rhea said. "We make the city deaf, so it can't hear itself fly." They headed for the steps of City Hall. The marble had been scrubbed the week before for a ribbon cutting, pictures of officials in coats, a table of pastries the wind had not been kind to, and the polish now reflected their faces in a way that made every under-eye circle look like a medal. The doors opened before they reached them, not because someone pulled them, but because the building wanted to be polite. Inside, the lobby's tile had been buffed to the practiced oblivion of institutions. The security desk sat empty except for a logbook with nothing written past 107 and a mug with a ring of sugar around its rim like a forgotten ritual. They moved toward the map room by instinct and memory. The city had tried to change the hall lengths. It had tried to make the doors trade places with their labels. It had even attempted to swap the stairwell's direction on a landing, and the convex mirror had tried to show it going the other way and dared them to believe it. But bureaucracy leaves grooves. Rhea's body knew the turn from 1,000 board press conferences and 2 hallways where she had been cornered by men who wanted to tell her secrets and forgiveness in the same breath. They reached the door marked operations in painted letters that had bled into the wood over decades. The little round window showed a room whose bones they had seen in the annex's last haunt. Tables, radios, a wall map with a single pulse crawling like a brave worm, a red phone like a cartoon you wanted badly to pick up and throw. The caption had followed them here, final message, except now it wasn't a caption. It was a piece of taped paper curled at the edges, scotch taped to the glass in a hand that had tried to imitate municipal neatness and failed. Aisha took her shoulder to the crashed bar, more ceremony than force, and the door surrendered with a sigh that was almost relief. The air inside was colder by a degree that hurt teeth. The pulse on the wall map steadied when they entered, as if any heartbeat will try to correct itself when watched. The handset lay in its cradle like a sleeping thing that knows the room is full of predators and friends. Positions, Rhea said, because it helped to pretend there was a plan that required them. Felix, board. Inez, power. Darnell, if anything hums, make it hum in 2. Aisha. Door. Aisha said, already braced there with the look of a woman who could hold a room with her back and dare the night to disagree. Lynn slid under the main console and found a cable she could pinch like a vein. Malik hovered an inch out of the room's center like a particle in a physics problem. Jenna and Marcos took the flanks, eyes on each other, absolutely disobedient to every sign that had demanded they split. The red phone rang once. It was not a sound so much as a provocation, a single, old-fashioned burr that offered the world on one condition. Rhea's hand flinched toward it as a muscle remembers doorknobs. She caught herself by the wrist with her other hand and counted aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4, until the itch passed like a bad thought embarrassed to be seen. The umbrella man's voice filled the high corners of the room, polite as ever, carrying the faintest edge of effort now, as if he were jogging beside a moving banquet. Miss Park, he said, predecessor to a toast. Time to unpair. You know how this goes. One voice, alone, to tell the rest how to behave. Rhea lifted the handset without touching it. It felt like a lie, saying it that way, but the gesture had so much of her father in it that the room believed. She raised her actual hand and cradled plastic that was heavier than it should have been, and lived near her ear. The line didn't hiss. It breathed. City, she said, and because she was petty when fear let her be, she didn't say attention, riders. She didn't say for your safety. She said the things she needed the most. Count with me. The speakers in the walls answered with a dozen different rules. Remain alone. Match your reflection. Evacuation corridors close at. She cut them one by speaking over them in a voice that could have been steady if it had not been honest. 1, she said, and the word got into the system like dye in water. 2, she said, and heard it leak into a municipal drone outside, the syllable arriving uninvited in its cheerful mouth. 3, she said, and a dozen radios across the city repeated it as if they had always meant to. 4, she said, and smiled because the umbrella man hated the number, and she was tired of having anything left to give him. Outside, the plaza's drones hiccuped and dropped 2 feet, then rose. red LEDs fluttering like eyelids. In a bodega, a TV that had been looping cartoons all week bled for across its screen in closed captioning. In an elevator between 17 and 18, a wait bar that had lied all night stuttered and corrected to load. 5 on the count and stayed. In the Riverside, a woman stopped waving at her own patients and shut her curtains with a decisive jerk that belonged to her alone. The pulse on the map thickened. It didn't move faster. It moved like something choosing a spine. Say what matters, Inez murmured to Rhea's shoulder, because the room had become a stage and the city was too old for good speeches. Say the small rules. Hold sleeves, Rhea said, into the line and into the room. If your hands are empty, find a sleeve and take it. If they make you alone, borrow a voice. If it tells you to match, be rude. When you don't know what number you're on, steal 4 and keep it until it's yours. Good, Aisha said softly, as if grading a drill. Again, Rhea said, and did it, and the room breathed with her, and the city, stubborn, dignified, began to argue out loud with itself. It did not enjoy being argued with. The map's single pulse split into 2, then 3, then 12, as if the city wanted to surround them with its thinking. The first pulse crawled toward the river in a polite way. The second cut diagonally across a neighborhood that had always resented diagonals. The third looped once like a lasso, as if to joke, and then pulled tight at the edge of the civic annex. Felix's fingers danced over the board. Childish grace turned to craft. They're trying to reroute our voice, he said. Echo into echo. Then we go stupid, Darnell said happily, flipping a breaker with the satisfaction of a man turning down a song he doesn't like. Analog time. Mrs. K stepped to the table with the logbook and put one hand on its leather like laying claim to a hymnal. Say the street names, she told Rhea, out loud. Make them true. Rhea did. Greeley, Lockview, Tunner, Garrity. She refused to care when the umbrella man chuckled, appreciative of her pettiness. Riverside, Ninth, Mercer, Pine, the alley behind the spindle, the stairs at Granary, the rooftop where you shouldn't go, the lobby where you mustn't be alone,
The bridge.
the bus stop, the place where you knock wrong and forgive yourself. The red phone rang again, twice this time, polite, like a waiter clearing his throat to remind you the kitchen wants to go home. It would have been funny if the room hadn't chilled hard enough to sting their ears. The breath behind Rhea's neck arrived with exquisite manners. No heat, just pressure, like a word about to wager itself. On the polished face of a dead monitor she saw, not herself, but the suggestion of herself with patience added. The lips of that not her opened on 5 like a school's metronome. Her father's voice breathed into the line at the same beat, intimate and tired.
Bug.
There's no time. Say what they need and come alone. Inez pinched Rhea's sleeve with fingers that had found pulses in Rex. Rhea didn't turn. She let the breath near her ear speak, and then she stepped forward into it as if it were fog that thought it was a person. Her own voice stayed steady. We don't unpair, she said, and the word didn't hurt as much as it would have an hour ago. We're messy. We spill. We go out wrong, and we make more wrongs until only people are left. A drone on the plaza scraped the building's skin, agitated. The doors down the hall opened of their own accord to reveal 3 different versions of the same corridor. One painted a year ago, one retired into dust, one tiled cheap and new in a rush that would be regretted. Each displayed, 5 seconds ahead, a corridor with a single body moving through it at a brisk, obedient clip. Each waited for a real body to match. Aisha did not bother to swear. She stepped into the doorway and held out her hand like a captain taking a rail. Security with ops, she said into the room and the city. We walked together. They left the map room on 4, and the corridor chose one version to be out of necessity. The exit sign at the far end changed fonts as they moved. The camera in the corner twisted its head to try for a better angle and put itself out, briefly on the effort. The umbrella man's voice paced them, polite and affectionate as a cat trained to heel. "This is the part," he said, "where you run in circles. The streets turn. The map changes. You come back to the same lobby and call it victory. Then we draw on the walls until the city can't pretend it doesn't remember," Rhea said, breath sharp. "Felix, sink. Everyone else, palms. Claim the corners. Count." They did. They traced arrows with the marker toward the stairs they had chosen and pressed warm hands to cold walls until the paint took a ghost of them. Bloomed at shoulder height every 8 paces like a graffiti saint. The city tried to flinch away from their touch and found it could not without being rude. They reached the outer doors as the building decided to be generous. The revolving door stopped insisting on one at a time. The street beyond had pulled a small miracle. Greeley ran straight again, not because the city had given up, but because too many feet were disobeying it at once for it to keep its delicate trick. Clusters had formed under the drone's red eyes and refused to break. A woman in a parka and a man with a brass opener tucked into his pocket stepped into the plaza from the north, not touching, perfectly matched in pace and in the length of their defiance. Rhea didn't know them. She knew them. Ops. Aisha said, not bothering to hide the way relief bruised her voice as she clocked the 2 bodies who had carried themselves to the promise of noise. "You want your city?" Rhea lifted the handset she was no longer holding and spoke into all the listening that remained. "On 4, she said, and the number went out like a bell over water. 1, the plaza said. The drone's LED blinked wrong, and then corrected. 2, the annex said as its video wall sulked itself to memory. 3, Granary's elevator said as the car decided to be honest for a full beat. 4, the street answered, and the city stumbled. It tossed one last trick out of reflex. The sailor's bronze finger swung to point at an alley that had grown a new mouth. The fountain's glass flashed a corridor opening on the roof of a building that did not have one. The drone declared with perfect cheer that evacuation corridors were now available in places no one wanted to go alone. People laughed, the brittle, brave laugh you hear at wakes when someone tells a story that saves the room for 10 seconds. The laugh carried. It wasn't happiness, it was refusal. The drones rose a yard and spun themselves into a conversational knot, taking orders from a map that had started to mold. The umbrella man's voice gave up its manners for 1 second. It went quiet and honest in the register, where men apologized for never understanding what you explained to them twice. And then it said, "Very well. We do this the ugly way." At the edge of the plaza, the Riverside's lobby glass gave up lying and went black. A shape without edges stepped forward until the dark made it an outline. It brought the closed umbrella point down to the tile like a gavel. For the first time all night, its mouth moved in real time instead of letting glass do the courtesy. "Unpair," he said, gently, the way you calm a horse, and the city around them obeyed. Doors opening singly, corridors printed in clean fonts, arrows crawling ahead just a little to promise if you were first, you would be safe. For, Rhea said, savage and fond, "Count with me." And the voices answered, hallways, fire escapes, lobbies, stairs, sidewalks taught to be corridors. One human beat behind perfect systems and closing, closing, closing. Chapter 10, No Safe Place. The plaza breathed like a lung that had learned a new rhythm and wasn't sure it liked it. The drone constellation tightened overhead, red LEDs blinking on the polite beat they'd taught the city, 1, 2, 3, 5, while below, the crowd's answers spread like fire taking a scene. 1, 2, 3, 4. The number moved along benches and through doorways, down stoops and over trash fires, into the ribs of people who had forgotten they could agree on anything. It wasn't a chant. It was a metronome for not dying. Ugly way, the umbrella man had promised, and the city obliged. Corridors printed themselves in the air with the smugness of a magician revealing a trick before applause. Arrows unfurled on pavement 2 inches ahead of feet, promising safety if you arrived alone. Storefront glass showed a version of the plaza 5 seconds in the future where everyone had a bathe. That version gleamed like a tidy god. Doors along really opened singly with the prim swish of hotel service. The fountain's plate turned reflective as a lie and offered every person a clean copy of their body stepping away from the crowd. "Count," Rhea said softly into the handset and the air. "On 4, we stay dirty." The handset didn't hiss. It breathed. Through its little mouth, she felt the city's bones. Ductwork trembling with reused air, elevator cables humming lies, water hammer thudding in old pipes like a message from 1950, and she drove them. "Number into those bones." 1, she said, and radiators and apartments all the way to the river banged in sympathy without asking a building manager for permission. 2, she said, and church bells that had gone electronic decades ago sulked themselves awake and found their clappers. 3, and every dead microwave with a working timer blinked the digit in idiot solidarity. 4, and the sound rode the rails in the sealed places underground, woke the sleepers who hadn't meant to sleep, rang in the little rooms where cameras had been allowed to dream. Aisha's team put their hands flat to the annex glass and made it honest by blocking it with skin. Darnell, happy as a vandal in a museum, found the breaker that fed the plaza's LCD art wall and threw it with the reverence of a man baptizing a child. Down, up, down again. Lynn tore a cable she didn't like the look of and fed it to the dark. Malik, who made a game of outrunning buses on good days, became a runner for the number, shouldering between clusters, tapping forearms, whispering rules at ears. Sleeves for don't match. Across Greeley, Ren and Tamsin came out of their hallway with the look people get when night reminds them they are not made of glass. They didn't touch. They matched pace like an old joke. Tamsin had on 4 backward on her window hand. Ren had brass in his pocket and ink on his tongue. They stepped into the crowd and their bodies made a small, exquisite suggestion. "We will not be moved alone," and the suggestion reproduced. The umbrella man walked out of the Riverside's lobby as if he had been invited to bless a wedding. He was household gods and municipal policy given a smile. He was the echo of a room saying for your safety so long it had learned to love its own accent. He rested the closed umbrella point down on the stone, and the sound it made was a gavel knocking once, twice, 5. "Unpair," he said, not loud. "Import prefers courtesy." But the command slid through the plaza, like cold through wool. People felt it in their knees, the urge to peel apart, to let go of sleeves, to step into the narrow grace that had been promised them if they would only give up being complicated. Fingers twitched. A couple, older, practiced at the world, breathed in, out, and nearly let go on 5 because their mouths had learned to count the city's beat from decades of crosswalks and safe elevators. On 4, Jenna said no, and Marcos's hand didn't move, and the tiny refusal reminded strangers they had hands. The city tried harder. The camera on the pole to Rhea's right squeaked on its mount until it found an angle where the plaza looked like a map. The feed pre-rolled 5 seconds of compliance on an LCD panel it had kept for emergencies, the way an addict keeps a secret stash. The panel flashed a crowd obedient. It flashed a woman stepping away, smiling at the camera that loved her. The crowd flinched at their own future. Rhea felt the flinch move like wind over wheat. She said, "We're into the radio and the tile and the bones of the building and the pain and the air," and the flinch missed. The umbrella man smiled the way hosts do when they add a course on the fly. He shifted his weight onto the umbrella the way a fencer might test a blade. The tie at his throat. Cheap, a coffee stain deep in the weave. The suit's tie from the train sat very neatly. He spoke without raising his voice because the city had been built for voices like his. "Miss Park," he said, indulgent as a teacher who wants to see how long you can hold your breath. "You like to be rude. I like to be on time. Shall we trade?" "Trade what?" Rhea asked, walking toward him through his simulations, which parted like curtains for good manners and found they did not like bad ones. "Authority," he said lightly, and turned his head toward the map room as if to remind her they both knew how stories like this ended. You make another announcement. We give you the city's ears for 10 seconds. Alone, please, or the line gets noisy. Rhea stopped exactly short of her reflection on the fountain's plate. Her reflection smiled a beat late, patient as a lie. In its glass, she saw what he wanted. Her alone in the map room. The perfect picture for his wall of perfect pictures. Her voice made into a wick he could pull in a single clean motion. She remembered the caption final message taped to the window with scotch tape and fake municipal neatness. She remembered her father's voice in an empty line saying her name the way you say a key word to a dog. She did not look away from the umbrella man when she spoke. I brought my noise with me, she said. You don't get to choose the room. Another small riot, he sighed, and gestured with the umbrella's point toward the center of the plaza, as if offering a dance floor. As you like. Rhea climbed onto the rim of the fountain, and the plate tried to make her into a future. It showed her falling in 5 seconds. It showed her standing alone in 5 seconds. It showed her lifting a hand, and the crowd following in 5 seconds. She didn't give it any of those. She put 2 fingers in her mouth and made the meanest, happiest bar whistle she knew. The sound skittered off marble like a coin. Listen up, she said, without the fake calm public people put on when everything is wrong. She sounded like exactly what she was, a person with a bad plan and the courage to insist on it. We're going to break something that eats alone. Grab a sleeve. If you don't have a person, hold your own coat and let somebody hold the other side. Count out loud. If the glass shows you 5, say 4 until the number is embarrassed and leaves. If a door opens and tells you it loves you, make it prove it for more than 1 beat. If a voice uses your favorite nickname, teach it a new one. On 4, we move west. Not because the arrow says, because I said, and I am extremely rude. They laughed, not because it was funny, because the sentence had stolen the room back from the mouth of a policy. The umbrella man lifted the umbrella off the stone and brought it down very gently.
Gavel. Gavel. 5.
The drones corrected themselves like parishioners discovering a hymn they didn't know. Aisha, at Rhea's shoulder now, didn't bother, hiding her grin. On 4, she said, and the grin made men want to follow rules they didn't like. 1, said 100 throats. The drone constellation twitched.
2, said more.
3, and people who had been alone for reasons other than safety found themselves next to bodies who didn't require an apology to stand nearby. 4, and the plaza moved. They went ugly. The city wanted lanes, queues, separations like clean teeth. They gave it braid and spill, sleeves and belt loops, elbows and breath. They stepped on the crack where poured asphalt met poured lie. They talked loud because silence is compliance when glass is listening. Somewhere a trumpet found the number and blew it with cheerful malice. Radiators 10 blocks away hit their pipes on the count like an old building adjusting itself to weather. The umbrella man stepped into their path like a maitre d', intercepting a party headed for the kitchen. Up close, he had no pores. Up close, his eyes were the color of screens between frames. He considered Rhea's line of humans, Aisha's wide-shouldered practicality, Inez's steady hands, Felix with marker ink on all 10 fingers, Jenna and Marcos holding rules and breaking them carefully, Mrs. K with her hymn book spine, Tamsin and Ren who had found the crowd by finding the noise, and scored them on a ledger that had never used names. I can do this all night, he said pleasantly. Me too, Rhea said, and threw the first punch of the evening by doing nothing. She stood and let the crowd proceed through him as if he were weather. It shocked him. He had trained a city to recognize authority by shape and weight. He had spent years teaching glass to tighten its stomach around single bodies and exhale corridors like promises. He had never taught it to handle people who believed their own beat. The first rank reached him, a chain of 3 women from a hospital ward that had told them every day to keep their voices down, and did not break. He put the umbrella out delicately to separate them. The umbrella met sleeves, and the sleeves did not yield. The polite pressure turned to stubborn, and the stubborn did not bruise. The beat went on. He adjusted. The ugly way earned its name. The reflections threw off their lag and came early, pressing against the glass like bodies at a window during a parade. The drones dipped to shoulder height and spoke directly into ears, using voices they had purchased with taxes and old trust. Officer, mom, dispatch, baby, father, bug. Each voice laid a hand on a person's spine and suggested 5. On 4, people said their own names out loud like permission and went anyway. He took the gloves off. In the fountain's plate, Rhea saw herself alone in the map room again. 5 seconds, and then 4, and then 3 from now. The captioned final message crawled across the plate like a promise getting impatient. In the plate, the silhouette with no edges put its mouth to her ear. Behind her, the red phone in the very real map room rang once, and then let itself be silent, which was worse. Inez pressed her palm to Rhea's back with a pressure that was not steering and not a plea. "Take the call if you're going to ruin it," she said, not moving her hand. "Don't leave it clean." Rhea grinned without humor. "Copy," she said, and slid off the fountain rim and ran. The crowd made a corridor by being a crowd, no clean white lines, just shoulders and breath, and she fell through it like a key. Aisha took her previous place without being asked, which is how you know who to work with at the end of the world. The map room met her with the cold that belonged to rooms where decisions had been made. The phone lay there like a mouse pretending to be dead. The pulse on the map's skin crawled and paused, crawled and paused. Stupid, brave snake. The umbrella man's voice came in from the vents and tried to soundboard. "Unpair," it said, as if repeating a joke would make it land. Rhea picked up the handset and did the impolite thing. She held it to the speaker grill in the ceiling. "City," she said, "here's your final message. Pair." The room didn't understand. She gave it a smaller rule. If you're alone, say 4 and stand by a door that isn't open. If a corridor shows, close your eyes until the beat passes. If a camera gives you a number, lie. If glass tries to speak first, be louder. If you only have your own sleeve, wrap it around your arm and pretend. We are not inventory. We are interference. On for we make a mess. She put the handset down without hanging up. It dangled there like a pendulum and swung the number in its own dumb way. 1, 2, 3, 4. Outside, it took. The plaza's corridors lost their nerve. The arrows on the pavement, forced to choose a direction for more than one beat, wriggled like snakes used to being obeyed. The drone constellation, told to prioritize solos, discovered a city of doubles and malfunctioned in polite, baffled spirals. In apartment windows from here to the river, people scrawled for on their wrists with eyeliner and Sharpie and ketchup. They pressed their hands to glass and wrote on 4 backward. They turned away from their own lagging smiles and talked to the noise instead. The umbrella man did something he hadn't done all night. He frowned. It wasn't much. It was the small, flat displeasure of a man whose reservation has been reassigned to a party with less jewelry. The smile went back on. The frown remained underneath like bruised fruit under wax. He stepped into the fountain's plate, and the plate didn't ripple. He had never required physics if he didn't feel like it. He lifted the umbrella by the handle and balanced it on the point with an elegance meant for tipping. "Very rude," he told Rhea through the wall. "So, we sort you at the river." On 4, Rhea told the plaza, "We go east." They went. The city did what it had decided to do at the beginning. It moved the streets. Really lengthened. Block view shifted. Garrity slipped its ghost back over old rails. Signs spun on their poles and stopped on fonts that made interns proud. It didn't matter. They weren't following signs. They were following a number and sleeves. They took turns by putting palms on walls and leaving heat. They ignored corridors that opened like mouths. They broke the drone net because the drones had been taught to expect obedient ant trails, not braided rivers. The river smelled like pennies and history. The pedestrian footbridge, ugly as compromises get, lay over it in a curve like a tired shoulder. In the glass of the water, 5 seconds late, the bridge lay longer, cleaner, alone. The final message flickered there too, because the city was vain and wanted to see itself finish what it had started. Rhea thought of her father telling her routes at a kitchen table with a finger on a paper mat. She thought of a coffee stain in a cheap tie. She thought of an umbrella held closed because there was no rain any longer that wasn't policy. She walked onto the bridge, and the crowd followed, and the city tried to swallow them one by one, and found it couldn't without being vulgar. Halfway across, he waited. He didn't stand in shadows. He didn't need to. He put the umbrella's point down, and the metal shivered like a plucked string. The drones pulled back a yard like waiters making space for flambe. In the water, 5 seconds late, he was already ahead of himself. "Unpair," he said gently, because he knew kindness is just math in the end. Rhea rolled her sleeve to show the arrow and felt the ink sting like a hive waking.
"No," she said.
Hair louder. He considered her like a problem and looked past her at the moving city as if assessing supply chains. "If you don't unpair," he said with genuine curiosity, "how do you expect to be counted?" "We stop," Rhea said, and the word did that thing certain words do when said correctly. It changed shape in other throats. "On 4, we stop where we stand." The crowd did it. It wasn't graceful. It was better. 100 bodies, and then more snapped to their number, like an animal deciding to trust one instinct over all the rest. They stopped on the bridge, and in the street, and in doorways, mid-step on 4. The city's arrows slid. Feet didn't. The reflections threw a tantrum. The drones buzzed like offended insects. The Umbrella Man's world, built on the smooth motion of single units being fed into corridors that loved them, encountered friction. He walked forward until the point of the umbrella touched the toe of Rhea's boot. "Inventory," he said again, soft, tired, coming honest for the width of one breath. "It's only inventory or chaos." "Good news," Rhea said. "We practice chaos." She moved first. She stepped on the number that made him wince. Aisha stepped with her, and then Darnell and Lynn and Inez and Felix and Mrs. K and Jenna and Marcos and Run and Tamsin and strangers whose names the book did not have space to print. The Umbrella Man put the umbrella across their path like a velvet rope, and they didn't jump it. They walked through it, and the umbrella didn't know how to object without becoming a weapon.
He could have. He didn't.
Somewhere between manners and mandate, there's a line plenty of monsters will not cross in public. They crossed the bridge. The river's glass kept offering 5-second futures, as if that could still help. On the far side, the map room inside Rhea's had pulsed once and steadied, and something in the city exhaled the way a building does after an earthquake when it counts columns and decides it will stand. It wasn't over. The phones didn't ring back to life in a chorus. The lights didn't rush on to applause. The drones didn't fall from the sky like resigned birds. But in the windows, the real ones, there are always some. People turned from their reflections and went to their doors and opened them on 4 for neighbors. In elevator cars and other buildings, weight bars corrected themselves and made apologies no one heard. In halls where the distance had learned to breathe, the number kept it from ballooning. In the closed places below, blue light went back into wires and stayed there a while. The city hadn't forgiven itself. It had been outvoted. On the bridge, the Umbrella Man looked down at the water, and then at the crowd, and then at Rhea. He tilted his head, the expression of a host accepting he had misjudged the party. "You made a district I can't serve," he said mildly. "Untidy." "Don't worry," Rhea said. "We're unionizing." He smiled, real for a blink, the way a man smiles at a joke he wishes he'd told. Then he leaned on the umbrella and stepped backwards into his 5-second self and became a silhouette again, then a rumor, then the faint sound of a polite gavel in a lobby everyone avoided for a while. Dawn did not break. The blackout didn't lift. The cold stayed rude. But a different light made itself known, the kind that comes from windows turning into rooms instead of screens. People began to drift the way crowds do after storms, toward coffee, toward family, towards stories that will be bad at first and then get better as lies sand edges. The drones climbed and tried to coordinate and couldn't agree on a beat. The plaza's evacuation banners hung awkwardly, as if embarrassed to be seen in yesterday's outfit. Ren and Tamsin let their shoulders touch like a door held for a stranger. Who was she? Ren asked, meaning the woman who had spoken from wires. Rhea, Tamsin said, as if speaking it might save a life across the river. Ops. Aisha said at Rhea's elbow, tired and more beautiful for it. You want me to tell the building we're closed? Tell it we're open, Rhea said. And tell it to keep the cameras honest for a while, or we'll teach the pigeons to swear at them. Felix laughed a single bark and wiped Four off his wrist and drew it again darker. Inez leaned on the railing and cried for exactly 13 seconds and then stopped with the efficiency of a nurse who has to move the next room. Mrs. K folded her paper map along new creases so it would include this bridge, as it had never done. Jenna and Marcos, who had not let go, did not ask permission to keep not letting go. Rhea looked at the water. 5 seconds away, it looked back. It tried one more trick, her father's voice low and private. Bug, come down to the Garrity platform. I'm cold, but the river can't lie convincingly. She put her hand in the air, and the reflection put it up 5 seconds later. She didn't wait for it to catch. We're not safe, she said to the city and to the people and to herself, because truth keeps you upright. There's no safe place. She let them have the line, let them feel its weight, and then she finished the thought the way a person finishes a tie by learning at last where the knot goes. There's us, she said instead, on 4. And the bridge answered, and the plaza, and the dead map in the wall, and a pair of old radiators, and the stairs between floors 17 and 18, and the sealed platform with its impossible name, and 100 doors opening on the wrong beat on purpose. The city did not applaud. It kept the rhythm, which is better.